巡り巡る星の輪に僕の未来願いすべて託す夢の途切れ間に揺らいだ朝焼け冷えたわけじゃない輝き見据えて熱を持つ体抱えて走れば昨日までのよどんだ目にさよなら立ち向かう勇気などなくても迎え撃つ覚悟を僕がなんだってなんだってそれでいいじゃないか僕らは巡り巡る星の輪に僕の未来願いすべて託す
Happy. Oh gosh, the lag. As soon as I come out. Hello, everyone. Hello. It's me. I'm gonna have this voice all day today. Just kidding. I'm not. I can't keep this up. Oh gosh. Do you know some streamers who are able to keep a voice the entire stream? How do they do it? Realistically, how does someone keep like a voice the entire stream? That's hours of keeping a voice. I want to try, but I'm scared because it sounds hard. Welcome in, Man Bear, Mika, Miso, Cryo, and Oz! Oz! Hello, Oz! Osprey. Hello, Oz. It's City Burrito. Hello, Raiders. My name is Felly. I am your headmistress with Swish Wash. And I do art and amputations. Like these. Thank you so much for the raid, Oz. What are you up to? Let me give you a shout out. Hold on, wait. Stay there. Hold on. Give me 1 second. I gotta figure out how to use my keyboard, apparently.
Hey.
You're doing Hades, hey!
My name is Onsai Farah, and you should be following Spelly. Like, what are you waiting for?
How was... Don't ask. How was Hades? How was Hades? Oh! Did you beat the game? Did you beat the game? Is there a beating the game? I've played it before, but I don't think I got very far. I don't know if there's a beating the game. Will you wave for hi, Oz? Wee. I hope it was fun, though. Let me drink. I did not drink the first hydrate you did. I didn't drink, so let me do 2 drinks for you, man bear. Sorry. Alright, that's 1. The heck? And 2. Heck yeah. Hey, Cody, welcome in. Thank you again, Oz. If you do have to do any post-stream self-care, please feel free to. Otherwise, thank you so much for the raid. We're just starting up for anyone new coming in. I haven't even like said hello to everyone. I just got here. I just work here. They didn't. Twitch is being mean to us. No, I'm sorry to hear. Oh no, I hate when Twitch is. So I got a text message and it scared me. I hate when Twitch is being like, I hate when you really want to stream or do anything on Twitch, even if it's just watching someone, and then freaking it acts the fool, and then you sit there like, Twitch, you had 1 job. 1 job. But welcome in nonetheless. I hope it, oh geez, that was weird. I hope it's able to get fixed. Wait, what just happened to me? As you guys can see, we are still in Japan. Totally not because I was too lazy to change it, but hey, Japan's nice though. Nice look. I mean, listen to what we're listening to. Of course we're in Japan. They play this music all the time in Japan, right? Oh my goodness. Aw, thank you, Man Bear. Actually, I was afraid that I was drinking too much Rogue. I was afraid I was drinking too much Rogue. I was drinking 1 a day. And now I realize that was silly. I'm pretty sure 1 a day is fine. As long as I keep drinking water with it as well. Heck yeah. 24/7 on the loudspeakers? Oh no. I don't know how I would feel about that. Like any Japanese music? I mean, even then. Oh, I like this song. Even then, I don't know how I would feel because what if I wanted to listen to my own music and now I just hear that over the loudspeakers? Oh my goodness. Wait, why does this sound... Ah, interesting. Because it's not the normal song. The premiere ball. I believe in you. I'm so sorry, Sydney Burrito. I'm so sleepy. Good morning. You have the equivalent of 8 cups of coffee a day? In like 1 cup, Man Bear? How do you do that? Like, look, I've never had coffee, but I definitely drink caffeine, right? Or every now and then I drink caffeine. Like, energy drinks, whenever I have, like, the full-on can of energy drink, or if I ever, once in a blue moon, have soda, they all have caffeine, I get it. But, what are the equivalents of coffee, wait, cups of coffee for, like, a soda? Like a little sody. I don't know. Oh, I'm gonna take another drink, actually. But guess what? I say guess what as soon as I take a drink. I finished a thing today! Yippee! Let me actually check my... I don't think it was on my task list, though, because it was NDA. I'm just double checking. Oh, we did finish... Wait, I thought I marked those already. 4 through 6? Yeah! Thank you! I'm so excited! 4 through 6. Task done 4, 5, and 6. I thought I marked those off already. Maybe I didn't let it update or it didn't save or something. I don't know. The flavor, I've never tried coffee. Like, I don't know what flavor it is. I just hear you have to put a lot of sugar or creamer and stuff. Well, not everyone, but some people do. Yippee, I know. After I finished it, I, like, laid down in bed for 30 minutes, like, just laying there like, it's time to rest. Oh, I see what happened. Wait, I did that wrong. Oh. It added tasks. What was it called? It was literally called done 4, 5, and 6. I didn't want that. I think that was 14, 15, and 16. That's crazy. Hi, Merp. Can I get a shout out for Merp? Merp's so cute. There, I think I finished them correctly this time.
Hey guys, I'm Pepperoni. I stream Ori
Wait, it only did the first one.
And I'm here to tell you about how amazing Spelly is and how you should sub to her.
Hi.
Do it.
Wait, why am I so bad at this? I don't know how to use my own bot, bro. I should do a commands. Oh wait. Okay, that worked. Oi. Oh my gosh, Murph, thank you. Murph, thank you. How are you guys doing today? Hi, Gray. Welcome in. Sorry, I'm like, I'm failing at using my task list right now on the left. I'm trying to figure it out. Okay, see where it says Polaroid 2 and 3? I'm trying to cross those off right now. Done 5 and done 6. Cross them off. It's like it's crossing one off and it doesn't. It says in the chat that it crossed it off and it didn't actually cross it off. But yeah, I finished the project. Yippee! I finished the project this morning. Actually, wait, I finished 2 projects this morning. Technically, I finished one last night, but there was a small change that I had to add in there, and I didn't get to it till this morning because I was EP. It was like at 1 a.m. So I was like, I can't. Two whole freaking projects. That means we're down to 4. Hold on, let me count. We have the one. Okay, wait. We have there's an NDA lore video. There's a reference sheet, another NDA. There's a music video that's not NDA, so I'm allowed to stream it, and I can tell you who it's for. That's amazing. But I haven't started that one yet. And we have... That was 3. Wasn't there a 4th one? Hold on. Oh yeah, and then, oh my gosh, I'm stupid. And then we have Makari's. I'm stupid, bro. Yeah, we have 4 left. We're down to 4 projects left. 4. And one of them would take like 1 night to finish if I just sat down and worked on it. But since I'm not getting paid for it, I was like, I'm so bad at prioritizing. I'm so sorry. Help me, someone. But yeah, the one that I finished is NDA, but you guys should be able to hear about it soon. I don't know when it'll go live. So when it does, you'll hear about it on Twitter. You'll probably hear about it on Twitter first. So here you go. If you guys aren't already, I think we all are, but if you haven't already, please feel free to follow my Twitter, where you will learn about the project that I've been working on. I'm also working on 2 other projects that are completely unrelated to commissions. One of which I'm helping a friend of mine set up an awards thing, and the other one I'm helping, or I'm helping. I set up an animators thing for animators, that are freelance, that have commissions open and stuff. Completely unrelated stuff though. Oh my gosh, I'm working on so much stuff. Poor Makari, no. It's because I've been working on it for so long. Actually, I haven't touched Makari's in like 3 weeks now, and I sent Makari a message. I know she said no rush, but I don't know how, because I haven't touched it. I did still let her know last week or last Friday or so. I let her know, hey, I've been so busy with finishing the one project that had a deadline, and with the charity stream, not even just the charity streams, but all the milestones that come with it. Do you know how long it takes to actually set up all this stuff? I'm like, oh. So I let her know, and she's like, yeah, it's no rush. I'm like, she's so sweet. It's almost been a year. It has almost been a year since I started Makari's. Oh, it's pain. It's pain. But we're almost done with it too. We only have 1 animation left to do for it, which is that kicking animation we've been working on a little bit. But today, as much as I'd love to work on Makari's, I might be able to if I have time. I want to make no promises though, because we have a couple things we have to catch up on. We have Donothon 2nd place with Darklad. That means he got an illustration, an anime illustration. I need to work on his, because he got back to me not too long ago about what he wants. So I'm going to want to work on his. I have VGen. I finally filled up on slots. We have our final slot, and I need to work on that as well. So we have our Skeb commission to work on. And we have 2, not 1, but 2 sketches, like Channel Point redeem sketches. So many. So we got like 4 things that aren't even like what? Hold on, let me think. 1 of them's a commission? Yeah, 1's a commission, and 3 of them are, I mean, technically 1 of them was for the charity stream, but it's for charity, you know? So I don't know which one I'm gonna work on first, but I have 4, oh my gosh. I have 4 things, and for the record, none of those things have anything to do with any of my animation projects, so those don't even count towards any of the other things that I have. Let's see. So busy. I feel like I have a bit of a weight off my shoulders because I've been finishing a lot of stuff. So I'm actually pretty open lately. I haven't been as busy
Or at least it's starting to open up a lot more, and I'm really excited for that, but I gotta keep pushing, keep rolling on. Oh, my eyeball. Sorry, my eyeball's itchy. Ah! Eyeball, please. Ah! Okay. Oh, yeah. Oh, boy. Let me open... Wait, there was another thing I had to do, too. Oh, right, we have to... Oh, my gosh, wait. You want to hear about some of the other things I gotta do? I still have to finish up that presentation for tomorrow's lore presentation that we're doing, where I will present the Academy lore, and then afterwards you guys can present your lore. Again, if you want to present your lore, please condense it into 15 minutes. Let's see what else I got. Let's see what else. I'm still setting up for the roleplay stream. I'm hoping to work on that sooner than later, because it's mostly because I don't have my VR, but it's not just because of that. It's also my fault for other things. The Has-Been Hotel fanfic, all I gotta do is find a Has-Been Hotel fanfic. I could probably do that in the morning of that day. I did finish, wait, I'm almost finished with the buff spelly. That's exciting. And then I do have August. Oh, I didn't show you guys, did I? I didn't show you guys August's schedule? Yeah, tomorrow's the day. We don't need, no, I'm not gonna throw my eyeball, bro. So, August, I'll show you my schedule for August, but keep in mind that things could change around before August starts. I don't want to keep anything, like, solidified just in case. Especially because I've been considering some things. Where did my glove go? Here it is. Thank you for the drink. So this is what we tentatively, is that the right word? Have for August. I'll switch over to our art scene already. I'm really hoping that I have my Pomo timer on the art scene. Yes, it is. It's just covered up by me. Okay. So this is tentatively what we have for August. All of the purples are just Twitch streams, including the two, Persona streams that got pushed back because of, Saturday. We have Saturday, a roleplay stream, so I didn't want to do something on Sunday because I'm going to be tired after that. And then next Sunday we have Crab Game. So I pushed it back to August 4th and August 11th. So we have those Persona streams, and then the rest of these are just regular streams. Again, hold it with a grain of salt, because I'm not 100% sure if this is the, like, 100% solidified schedule, but this is as close as we're getting. So, we, on Monday, August 5th, we're going to work on the auction. Remember how we had a milestone where we create an auction, our first ever character? I'm really excited. So, I will create that on stream on Monday. Well, August 5th. It's a bit of ways. Actually, it's only like halfway through July. I probably shouldn't even talk about this right now. I'll just go over it really fast because, again, things could change. So I'm going to create that on Monday, and then I will attempt to auction it. I don't think I can auction it live on stream because I feel like we'd be sitting there waiting forever. But I will at least put it up there. On Friday during our... Oh gosh, that scared me. During our work together, I will draw Winter, because Winter won the poll for drawing the Academy OC, so I'll draw Winter. And then the next week after that, on the 14th, I will make an entire art tutorial on stream. It shouldn't be too long. It won't take up the whole stream, but I'll have to edit it after stream, but at least I can make it on stream. And then we finally have our weekend stream, where I will stream on Saturday. I don't think I have any plans that weekend, but again, this is just the tentative schedule currently. On the 20th, we will do the control art, which means chat controls my art. So as I draw, you guys can change the size of my brush, what I'm using for a brush. If I'm using an eraser, you can change the color of it, stuff like that. Thank you for the drink. I drink. And then on the Friday the 23rd, during our work together, on Friday morning, we will work on Yami, the Chibi Yami, which just won this morning, the poll. Oh, I forgot to mention, the weekend stream is actually a very, very early morning stream. I always wanted to try, it's like 8 a.m. my time. I always wanted to try an early stream, so we'll see how that goes, but it's, I don't know yet, but we'll see. It's kind of like a wake up with me stream, which just means like, go through the morning routine with me, and do some like, you know, just morning stuff. Yeah, really early. So I completely understand if it's too early, but I just try, especially since it's a Saturday anyway. It's off our normal stream schedule. I might as well just I'll go ham, we go home. And then on the final, no wait. I was gonna say on the final day of August, but on the 29th of August, we will design that school uniform. So we do have them coming. I haven't posted this anywhere because, again, I'm not 100% sure on the schedule, but as August gets closer, I should be able to finalize things.
But this is what we have so far. I'm excited. I'm gonna stretch real quick. Yeah, okay.
No, I almost dropped my pen. Okay. So today, we're gonna be working on... We have the option between 4 different things. I might work on the skeb first, and the reason being is because that's what I have open right now. So let's see, what we gotta do. Today's a big catch-up day. I'm excited, because if we, imagine if I can finish all 4 of these things today. I don't know. Not to doubt myself, but it's a lot. It's 4 pieces of art today. 2 of them are sketches, to be fair. Okay, I am allowed to stream this publicly. My hard deadline is April 20th, 2420. Just to let everyone know. So I only have 400, less than 400 years to complete this art. So I gotta work hard. All right, let's see. I think they just asked for the character. They don't have any training. Feel free to run with what I... Okay, so basically, I just have an image of the character, but no personality traits. So I will draw them as is. Let's see. I wonder if I'm allowed to share... I'm gonna stick to not sharing the reference on stream, just because, firstly, I don't know if I can here. I'll put something on stream so you guys have something to look at. You guys want to look at Tricky again? With how far we are? We're really close with Tricky. I just gotta complete it. Let's see. Where does she go?
Thank you, Miso.
Oh yeah, get your grades in. Let me get my grade in. Let's see. Man, you know what else I feel really bad about? I haven't really been able to do art fight because I've been booked. I mean, to be fair, I knew this was gonna happen. Here, you guys can look at Tricky while I'm trying to find... I have the reference of the character, and I want to find, like, a pose reference. Here you go. I haven't been able to do art fight, and ow! I really want to do art fight, you know? But again, I knew this was going to happen. I knew I was only going to be able to do a few art fight this year. I'm really, really heckin', appreciative of those people that have attacked me. So far, I received 15 attacks. And I've only been able to revenge 1 of them. And I'm really hoping, especially towards the end of July, as I'm pushing more things out, I'm really hoping I'm gonna be able to, even if they're not animated. Miso, yours might be the only one that I animate this year. I hope it's okay. But I think out of all, I'm only gonna be able to animate, like, I don't think I'm gonna be able to animate most of them. I wanted to, but oh man. It is a lot of work at the end of the day. Even for eyes open, eyes closed, like little blinking, and for, you know, just mouth movements, as simple as they are, it still takes up, like, up to an hour, because you have to draw it out, even sketch it if you have to sketch it, line it, color it, render it, all that takes roughly 30 minutes to an hour extra with all that stuff. So that's why I think, even though it's simple, I don't think I'm going to be able to do it. I'm just gonna have to stick to illustrations this year, which is fine. I mean, they're still gonna look anime-esque, it's just they're not gonna be animated. Time for a break, I just started. I said heckin'! So heckin'! Heck! And I got an 11%, I'm kind of sad. Thanks for taking it. Yeah, it was a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun. I like that character. She's really cute. Let's see. So this character, while I don't want to show you the reference, again, just in case, I don't know what they're being used for. But while this character, I can't show you on stream. I can at least explain it to you a little bit. So, because I'm going to wind up drawing her right now anyway. So, think of someone wearing overalls. Not really a barista, but kind of barista looking. She's wearing overalls. She has sunglasses on. And she has a cap. Like a baseball cap. So I'm trying to think of what would be a really... There's no personality. This is a brand new OC. So they don't have a personality yet, but just to draw them however I feel. Let me look at pose references. Yeah. Yeah. Oh boy. It would be really cute if, I was gonna say from like a downward angle where she's holding her cap up, but then you won't be able to see what's written on the cap, and I think being able to see what's written on the cap is more important. I just feel. Let's see. Oh, my neck. Trucker vibes? Let me see. Kind of. Maybe trucker. I think it's the colors that make me think barista, just because it's green and red. I mean, that sounds like Christmas colors, but it's like Starbucks green-ish. So it gives me like, that's probably why. It's just the color, honestly.
Wah. Think of the stretch. I'll stretch right now, Lucky.
Yeah, but honestly, trucker's not too far off either. But definitely not quite the vibe, if that makes sense. And they don't look like someone that necessarily plays baseball. Even though they have like a cap, but it's that style of cap, that's all. This would be really cool. This would be a cool pose. I'll show you the thing I'm looking at. But my only issue is that you won't be able to see the face if I do it. This one. Would be a really cool pose, but you won't be able to see the face if I do it, and I feel like the face is also important. Like, I want to have... Oh, gosh. I want to have what's written on the cap, but I also want the face to show. So, somewhere the best of both worlds there. Somehow. And I know there are ways to do it, but this... I was just thinking... Or looking at this pose because it looks nice. Let's see... I have decided I want to make a list of something called menial menial? Is that the right word? Menial? Menial? Yeah. Tasks. For when I go on break. I don't know if I'll use it during stream per se. Or I could make a list of things to do during break. Basically, when I go on break while I'm working off stream, normally what I would do is I would completely lay down, sit on my phone, and look at memes or scroll through Twitter or stuff like that. Nothing super productive, which is fine because it's a break. But I was looking at a video and they gave a really good suggestion, and the suggestion was here's kind of the pose I was thinking of, but I don't know entirely if I like it. I'll show you. But instead of completely shutting down, this would be nice because you can see the face and you can see the cap, but I don't know entirely if I like it. What was I saying? I don't know, or I don't think it would be considered necessarily working, but if I were to set up a list of like small things that I can do when I go on break, rather like so that I completely don't pick up my phone and stuff, that kind of stuff. Like honestly, it could be as simple as like checking off or checking my to-do list to make sure that everything's up to date. Like organizing folders or files and stuff like that. I want to make a list of that kind of stuff that I could do whenever I'm putting down my art and I'm just like sitting around. But I don't want to lay down. I don't want to sit on my phone. Because normally when that happens, I sit there for hours. And by hours, I mean an hour. But that's still too long. Like doing laundry, folding clothes, or just tidying up. Yes. Kind of. I still kind of want to keep it work related, with exception to if it is cleaning. Like, doing laundry is a good example, but I don't want to get too wild, because when I clean, I get wild with it. I really like cleaning. It's a very enjoyable thing for me. And I don't know if I could just sit here for, like, 5-10 minutes cleaning and then put it down. Like, I feel like cleaning would also then become something that I wind up doing for hours. And then I'm like, well, I was supposed to be working, though. So if it's, like, just throwing out trash, or putting some things away to organize my room a little bit, but to not get too stuck doing it, if that makes sense. Like, for example, if I started dusting, I would want to dust everything, not just, like, dust one thing and then walk away. So dusting would probably not be something I could do at that time. But I guess that's the big point about making a list of these things, so that you have the list. Yeah, small tasks that can be done within 5 to 10 minutes. 5 to 10 minutes. I'm still looking for this. Well, they have a really cool tutorial for hands holding hats, which is nice. I mean, I could, probably do, if my brain cooperates today, I could probably just take any pose that I really like and just put a cap on it. But I gotta be able to see it in a 3D space, rather than having to look for a specific pose that has a cap. Here, let me just look at normal poses.
Holding hands.
Let's see. And for anyone wondering what I'm doing, I'm looking for references right now for our SCEB commission, because we're gonna start our SCEB commission. I actually enjoy finding references, but I also recognize it's probably not the most fun thing to watch. To watch on stream. So Betty, she also has... Actually, I'm not 100% sure if it's a side ponytail or if it's a ponytail, now that I look.
Holding hands.
Oh no, the timer. That's okay.
Let's see. Yeah.
If I could pull off a pose like this, then I'll do something like this. But it's a big foreshortening pose. Here, I'll try sketching it out, but if I'm not feeling it within the first few minutes of sketching, even like rough sketching, then I'll be like, I'll try something a little easier. Okay. So let's start a new one, and it's gonna be big, this size.
Sago. Project complete? Which one? We finished our NDA one. Yay! I'm so excited! Yippee! We actually finished 2 of them as well. We finished 2 of them. Aw, let me tell you. Let me tell you how happy. So I'm only down to 4 projects left. And several other commissions and or commitments. Yeah! Look at us go. We've been working hard. Pasako. Crying. Ah. Whee! Here, hold on. There you go. I turn up the song. Well, I try to figure out if I want to do this pose or not, because I'm thinking no.
like JoJo is one of those shows a lot of people know but haven't really seen yet. I know a lot of people that have seen it as well. I have not either. But I feel like a lot of people know of it. Very memed, it's true. In fact, we'll be memeing about it on the 29th. On part 3, how do you like it, Lucky? And welcome in Panther Girl and Lucky. Welcome in Panther Girl and Isaac. Yeah. Oh, I gotta stretch.
Yeah.
Oh? It's so bizarre. Ah, the name. Yeah, I'm doing pretty well. I finished 2 projects this morning. Technically 1 yesterday, but I turned it in, like I had to tweak a couple things, and now it is fully ready. I think you draw dynamic poses, Miso. Wow. Wait, where have I heard this song before? Right? Alright, what do you guys think? I attempted a new pose that I don't even know how I'm gonna do. Oh.
Boy. Boy.
Thank you. I am attempting. Heck yeah. The only thing I don't really like about it is the face. Sorry. No. It's so cute.
They could be so.
Different eye shape. Not this.
Hi, Ewan.
Oh.
Hi, my name is Ewan. I do music production and sound mixing. Thank you and bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Thank you for the shout out to Ewan. How Ewan doing today? Whoa.
Yer. Oh my goodness. I don't know what to do with the rest of the day. I might, like, after stream. I'm considering taking a break. Break time. I think that's a good idea. You woke up suddenly? No.
How could this happen to Ewan? Aw, well hello to you too. And below.
Pokemon? Lucky. Funny.
Have a good brr. BRB. Hi, Sick Ripper. Welcome in. Ah. Are you drawing for today? We got 4 things on the agenda. Actually, I never put them on the task list, so I'll do that right now. So we're working on a skeb right now. Let me focus. I don't know what number that's gonna be. Is it 14? Yes. We also have Dark Lad's second place illustration from our birthday donathon. And we have Prophecy sketch, which is a Freninen sketch. And we have Banjo sketch. So those are the 4 things that we're doing today. Wow. Wide stance reference meme? Which one's that one? Thank you, Lucky.
I don't even think I have my Discord open. I guess, I guess it's not break time anyway. I will open it during break time. Oh, my alarm. Let's see if we can put some clothes on her.
That's right. We don't look at booba here. What is booba actually?
Wrong answers only. It's what float on water. Oh. Do they? Depends. Oh. I didn't know some do and some don't. Buoyancy. Womp. Oh no. Classic. The classic. I looked away for only a second.
Pokemon? Markow Flea. Green tea. Oh, I hit my knee. Ugh.
I need a drink.
Hi, Z. Welcome in.
Why am I extra cool today? Because I finished not one, but 2 projects? Yeah. Yippee! It's like super stress off my shoulder. And don't get me wrong, I had fun doing them and everything. But it's a really nice feeling when you're able to finish stuff. Oh, that sounds exhausting. And so let's keep working hard. Heck yeah. Mm.
Thank you.
Mm.
Welcome in, Ass Taster. It's nice to see you. Hi, Vexus. How you both doing today? Oh, my Mac. Oh, that's exciting. You got this, Z. Aw, man. Beans. Wait, hold on. Wait. Okay. Break time. It's break time. Meanwhile, I don't take a break. No breaks. Yeah. No breaks. Yeah. No breaks. Oh my goodness. Eepy. Eepy. What's today? Today is Wednesday. Wednesday. Alright, I'm gonna look at the show me during break channel. Oh my goodness. Oh goodness. What is this pose, bro? Of course it came from JoJo's. Oh wait. Did it? Big pose. Imagine. Bro, look at that toe. Sonic. I was talking to someone the other day. They were animating Sonic. Or, like, the Sonic characters. And I was like, oh, that's so cool.
I have a soft spot for artists that draw Sonic style. Because, Sonic is cool. And not cringe. Oh, look at all. I love. These are really good. The different arts in that pose. Much impact. Yeah. That's a very nice pose. I don't know. I don't know too much about foreshortening, so we're out here. But I will stretch right now. Yeah. Sonic is awesome. Wait. Heavily meme. Sonic is awesome. No. You almost drew the Sonic figure 8? Sonic figure 8 run in Drawfee? Animate a couple years. The Sonic figure 8? Oh. That's what you mean. Oh, that's so cute. Nah, I can't draw Sonic characters, but I really, again, I have mad respect for the people that do, because it's, I don't know, I like it. It's cute. I know one person that comes right off the top of my mind. Gray? Not glitched gray, but Gray Arts. I'm trying to find their name so I can give them a shout out. I can't find them. I don't know what their name was. Hi, Bunny. Slay as usual. We're not even working on this piece. I'm just showing it because it's closer. It looks nice while we're on break. We're working on this one right now. But we're on break right now. Booba. No, let's see if we can get their name before we shout them out first. Maybe I could just Google it. I would have thought I would be able to find it on Twitter, but I guess not. Maria! Wait. I found their Twitter. I don't know why I wasn't able to find it. Maybe it's because I was typing it in wrong. So here's their Twitter. Let's see if we can find their Twitch from it. They don't have their Twitch pinned. So I wonder, I think they have a Twitch. I wonder if they don't stream anymore. Let's see. Oh, I didn't know they stopped streaming. It makes sense only because I haven't really seen them in a while, but I did not know that they just stopped streaming. Aw. I mean, yeah, trust me, every day. Yeah. Their next plan, yeah, their schedule says tomorrow. It says yeah, but if you look at their videos, they haven't streamed in 10 months for their recent videos. Well, here, let me see past broadcasts. Yeah, they have 0 past broadcasts. I don't know. They might be on vacation, though. Who knows? It's summertime, so they could go on a full summer-long vacation. It's not, I'm not saying they stopped. I don't mean to say that. I was mostly saying that because they didn't put their Twitch in their pinned messages. If you check out their first message. They do, however, have their YouTube in there. So maybe they're heavily more on YouTube side then? Their last post on YouTube was 4 months ago, though, so I don't know. I don't know. I do not know. But this, anyway, this person is someone that can draw like really good Sonic style art, and I really like it. And I was like, oh. Hey, listen, you guys want real talk? I got real talk. Every day, I can't say every day, but every now and then, I have thoughts about like, what are my goals? Like, where should my priorities be lying? And I don't know. I really enjoy doing art. I really do enjoy animating. And I do enjoy streaming, but it's hard to do everything. It is very hard to do everything. Like, I feel like I'm absolutely half-assing streaming. Like, I apologize to you guys. I am so glad you guys come in, even if it's just to say hi and you gotta go and stuff. I'm really happy to see you guys, but I completely understand that I am half-assing streaming. And I'm not saying that in a way to put myself down at all. I recognize that I put art as a priority. I'd love to pick Rosebell's brain at some point to ask her how she, like, does it. And I actually have asked her a couple times about it, but I just, I don't know. You've been killing with streaming? I feel the very opposite. In this month I feel very opposite. And it's okay to have bad months too. But here's what I'm thinking. Ready? If I start not doing so well in streaming, whether that's because of the numbers or I'm just not feeling it, either or, right? If I'm starting to not do so well streaming, why would I prioritize spending 4 out of the 7 days, 5 if you include the gaming, streaming? Like, why would that be my priority over my commissions and my deadlines and then my studies? I haven't even started studying yet. I closed my commissions to selective only, so I'm very selective on my commissions because I want to start studying animation. And I haven't been able, I did that at the end of May. I haven't been able to study yet because I've been trying to push out my commissions because I want to get them done first. And that's fine. But on top of all the streaming commitments now, because it's my fault for doing 2 charity streams and having a plethora of, like, milestones. I just really wanted to help with charity. I haven't done charity streams in forever. Anyway, but now I have so many commitments for stream, and it takes up a lot of time. I'm not even kidding when I say that. Like, all the stuff I do off stream, I'm not even talking about on stream. All the stuff I do off stream to set up for the buff Spelly. I have to set up the roleplay stream. She has a whole new outfit for the roleplay stream as well. I have to do all the cutscenes for the roleplay stream. I have to completely script it, and I had to buy a whole game for the roleplay stream. I hope you guys like it, by the way. I have to spend all the time making the PowerPoint. I spent like 3 to 4 hours doing the PowerPoint, and it's still not done for tomorrow's stream. I have a bunch of new art that I have to do. I have to draw all these Academy OCs. I have to draw and auction, but that's okay because I'm getting paid for it a little bit, so draw and auction that one character. I have to do, I have a weekend stream coming up next month. Like, do you see where it's like, it's a lot of things that built up, and it's at the end of the day, it's like, what happened, like, where are my priorities? If I want to be a streamer, then I'm gonna go full go big or go home and be a streamer. And there's a lot of things I can think of, tons of ideas for streaming, and I know you guys would like it, I know you would. But if I go full horse, that's not the right word, full force, what did I say? If I go full force into streaming, then my art and my animation, and especially my studies and everything, those have to take a backseat. And I don't think those are what I want for my priorities, you know? I think I want my priorities to be art. And if my priority becomes art, then streaming is the one that takes the backseat. And I've been streaming so much, and so many commitments for streaming and everything. Like, I don't know, it's been on my mind the last few days, just thinking about, like, what I want to do. I do like streaming, I do, but I really like doing art, and I can't have both at the end of the day. For the record, I'm not saying I'm gonna completely give up cold turkey streaming or anything, but maybe I've been considering next month cutting down a little bit on everything that I'm doing so that I can focus on commissions, push them out so that I can focus on my studies. I really want to study. I really want to be an animator. I really want to make animation work. I don't want to give it up. I do not want to give it up. But if it means that I have to cut back on streaming so that I don't give up my animating, I would do it. I would do it. There's my priorities, honestly. I'm feeling it anyway. Yes, you can pin it. Full horse. Reminds me of Full House, and I meant to say full force, and it just came out full horse. Full House has nothing to do with it either. I don't understand, bro. What if you did study streams? The only reason I wouldn't be able to do study streams is because the classes that I have right now, I have 2 of them. And they're through Colosso. And Colosso utilizes a program. I can't even have Discord open because Discord has the ability to screen share, let alone OBS. I could not have open. Any of those programs, it auto shuts it down whenever you start a class. So those ones, I mean, I could do YouTube University and other things, but it's the idea of how much am I really gonna study? How much am I really gonna learn on stream? Unless I make it like a full focus stream. But then how entertaining is that for you guys? Then what's the point of streaming if it's not entertaining enough? Like, I realize I'm not the world's most entertaining person right now because we're just drawing. I'm not even drawing right now, but because we're just drawing, and that's fine. That's fine because that's how I set up my streams. But to study is a completely different ballgame, you know? It's a completely different. Like, I don't know how I would be able to make that entertaining enough because it's not me teaching, it's me learning, and you guys learn with me, I guess. But I don't know. I don't think it would be super. Not with the community that we have right now is not like chock full of people who really want to study. Like, I never cultivated a community of people that are here because they are also animators and they want to learn and study. The majority of people that are here because, you know, hi, I'm Spelly. But, you know, I don't know. And I really do appreciate all the support. I really, really do. I've just been thinking about it on my mind lately. Where are my priorities? Reevaluating schedules and moving focus is good. Good way to grow. Yeah. That's what I did. I did that months ago. And I feel like it's helped, but, you know, as time goes on, like, the way you want to do things, my goal hasn't changed. I still want to be a full-time artist. My goal ultimately hasn't changed, but I think I need to change some priorities if I want to make that work. I'd hang on a sec. Thank you, member. They really made it exclusive. Yeah, they did. Yeah, they did. And that's fine. I mean, I'm glad I have them in the very least. I'm glad they don't expire. I hope they don't expire or anything. But I do have to eventually do them. And that's what sucks. That's why I haven't done it in forever, those classes, is because it shuts down everything on my computer. And I'm one of those people that are like, if I'm not like busy doing something, I guess studying is busy. But it's hard for me to be 100% busy where I'm not available for anything, like no DMs, no tags, especially if the mods need me or something, because I can't open my Discord. I'm not, it's hard for me to completely shut myself off from everyone else. Just to learn. But yeah. Gotta have stuff to work towards? Exactly. Unless you're actively doing everything you want to without changing. Then not changing is healthy. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I'm doing things I like, but I think I need to prioritize, like, instead of doing like 50% streaming and 50% animating and art, I should probably switch it up a little bit more, like 35, 40 streaming, and then a lot more into art. And it used to be, before, I'm not blaming the charity. It's my fault for making those milestones and then not realizing we were going to hit them. But before the Donathon, but even the Donathon back then, I think we were doing pretty well because I was able to get a lot done on stream. I don't mind sitting down talking. I finished 2 projects today. I deserve it. Sorry, today I was going to be like, at first I was going to take a full-on break today, which is why we're just doing like catch-up stuff today. But, you know, hi Advent, by the way. I'm going on small rant. But yeah, what was I saying? My brain. Yeah, before the Donathon, I felt like we were doing pretty well, where I was getting a lot of stuff done. But then when the Donathon came, the VTuber SummerSlam came, and then the cystic fibrosis charity stream came. And I don't know how you guys did it, but you blew all of them out of the water. You blew all of them out of the water. Like, we, as a community, hit every single goal. We hit every single goal, and I don't know how. I hate to say I didn't expect it, but I kind of did it. I set myself up for that. So I'm really proud. No, it's not that. I guess I thought you said you. It is y'all. It is a we. We all killed it, and Isaac. Isaac helped a lot. But yeah, before that, I feel like we were doing really well, and then after that happened, I had suddenly so many commitments to do with all the milestones, and all of the art and all the extra stuff that we gained because of them, that I suddenly found myself super booked, with just stuff for stream. It's stuff unrelated to commission work, or unrelated to studying, or unrelated to, you know, all that. And I think until I'm able to completely push out all of that, all of those stream commitments that are gonna take time to do, it's gonna be like this. It's gonna be where I feel like I'm half-assing streaming, or I'm half-assing my art and stuff. So I maybe what I could do is I could fulfill those commitments, but cut back on the regular stream days. So still have like all the big event things and the milestones that we have planned. But then instead of streaming like 4 days a week, we could do just the events that week, or we could do three days or something like that. So that I don't feel so overwhelmed and I can still get done the things that I need to get done, if that makes sense. But again, there's so many different things that I could do. I'm just trying to like, I'm just like saying it out loud, like brainstorming out loud. Different ideas. One day at a time. It's true. It's true. Advin, how you doing today? We're talking about priorities. Does anyone else ever feel that way, where they're like, you know, they're doing something and they were liking it at first, but then it's like, I don't know if this is exactly what I should be doing or what I want to be doing, and so you have to change your priorities on what you do. All right, we'll go back to this. I had to turn down the music for that because good songs, but oh, I just realized that the music is super loud because I turned it up earlier. There we go. My brain. At some point, exactly. And aw, Advent, thank you. It's a feeling, exactly. Did that today, exactly. See, in this household, we glow up. We glow up. We set our priorities. And you know what? The priorities that you set, even if you set them today, they might not be the same priorities that you have like a few months from now. And that's okay too. That's the best part. It's your life. You change the things you want to change. You set the things you want to set. That's the cool part about living, you know? Oh, man. Priority analysis every day? Wait, really? Every day? Still a little lost with them, to be honest. Do you have, like, a general idea? If you guys... Okay, I'll open this up. If you guys want to talk about it, as long as it's not, like... You know, I hate to say it like this. As long as it's not depressing. Like, oh, you know, I want to do this, but I don't know. There's some people when I talk about this, and I don't know how we get to depressing topics, but it gets really depressing. I'm like, what happened? Who hurt you? But if you guys want to talk about like your goals, does anyone know anything about? I want to say North Star, but I don't know if I'm qualified to talk about that either. Just because it's something that I'm also kind of learning. Essentially what it is it's your main goal. You can have a lot of goals that lead to your main goal, but it's the number one thing that you want right now. So for me, for example, I want to be a full-time artist. And there's so many little goals that come into that. Sorry, I'm trying to get this face shape, and it's hard because it's a weird angle. take it. Didn't you say we shouldn't relate exactly? I think that might have been misunderstood. I don't like it when people relate when I'm venting to someone. I'm not really venting to you guys. I guess maybe a little, but not really. It's like if I'm in DMs with someone and I'm like, hey, I need to talk to you. I'm just talking out loud. I'm talking, basically this is a public space. Think of it like me talking to in a Starbucks. If I'm willing to say it in a Starbucks, I'm saying Starbucks because of the character we're doing. I don't even go to Starbucks. If I'm willing to say something in a Starbucks, then that means I'm willing to hear someone say something because they're gonna, either way. But if I'm in DMs with someone, then that means I was really having a time where I needed to talk to someone in private. That doesn't happen very often. But if I never wanted anyone to relate to me ever, then I might as well just not be human, because humans are social creatures. We like to talk, and people like to be related to. And I also asked. You definitely do this, but want to do that. Oh, so it's like a wants thing? You know, I watched this one video, speaking of wants, something about dopamine. Maybe we can listen to that on stream. You guys might enjoy it. I could even put it, like, on the side. If you guys, It's kind of a long video, though. It's, like, almost 30 minutes. Okay, I can link it in chat if anyone's curious, but I don't know if I'll watch it in chat. Or watch it on stream, because that's a bit long. Trust me, when I was watching it, I was having a hard time, like, keeping up. Only because I have a hard time paying attention to something for more than, like, 5 minutes. It's hard. I'm like, Is that, like, your big goal? Wait, is your big goal to start it, or is your big goal to completely thrive from it? Meaning, you're able to afford everything you need in life because of your woodworking business. A single step. We're taking them. Research is really good. I have another video, actually. It's funny. I have another video it's a 12-month. I haven't even watched the video yet. It's a 12-month guide on how to start your own business. What you should be doing all 12 months of your business. Made by a business owner. I really want to watch that one too at some point. Maybe I don't know what a vent... what's a vent or not. I'd say venting is, I guess, talking about your problems. I don't know, take it how you will. If you don't want to talk about it, you don't have to. Maybe that's another issue, is the things I've been talking about on stream. I don't know what else to talk about other than, you know, things that happen daily. But I also recognize some of the conversations we have every now and then may not be comfy. Chasing the dopamine? Yeah. It was a video, it was like how to not, hold on, let me see what it was called. Oh crap, what was I saying? All right, dopamine. The video was called... Oh my gosh, I just saw a photo of myself. Wait, how did I get... Oh. It's like, how did I even... That was so long ago. The secret behind resisting dopamine. That's what it's called. That's true, you do have to start before you can finish. Your big goal is to live off of it, get in place, get a location. Alright. A big goal, but that's definitely worth striving for and everything, yeah. Commissions are a requirement, but haven't really done anything to push or promote that part. So I'm wondering why it's not a priority when it is one. So you're looking for commissions, but you haven't really advertised or marketed anything yet? I'll tell you one thing. How do I put this? It helped me a lot. I don't know if it would help you, but maybe. It helped me a lot when I had someone who knew something about advertising help or marketing and stuff. Because when you do it all on your own, especially if you don't know anything, I don't know, maybe you do. Maybe you do know stuff. But if you know nothing about advertising, it's probably very overwhelming. And that's tough. That's very tough to do on your own. And so trying to do something overwhelming on your own versus trying to do something overwhelming but having help of someone that knows what they're doing-ish. Even if they kind of know what they're doing and not like fully. At least having someone there to help helps. What were... Sheesh. 12-month guide? Yes, exactly. I have a 12-month guide. Here, let me see what it's called. 12-month. 12-month. I was looking at houses the other day. Okay, I cannot find it easily. But I just saw the... Oh, it's so cute. I completely forgot that... never mind. The thing for tomorrow. I was setting it up and I forgot what it looked like because I haven't looked at it in a hot minute. I cannot find it easily, but it was basically a 12-month guide on starting your own business.
Hi. Hi, Okamino. Thank you very much. You're so kind.
There's definitely something, honey, my back hurts. There's definitely something people need to realize when it comes to the future. It's always keep learning. Be open to new things and innovative ways to do things. Yes, I agree. Things are always changing too. People like free art too, so pushing a paywall is gonna be tough. Paywall. Oh, here's a fun thing, Miso, that I've learned, if you want to know. When you start offering free art to people, or I should even say the more free art you offer to people, the harder it becomes to actually push out commissions. Because at some point, your follower base, or your community per se, is going to be full of people who are expecting you to push out free art. And not, you know, oh, my commissions are open. Okay, but I could just wait until you open your free art again, because you've been doing free art for the last however long, and I don't need to pay you. I just have to wait. And that's not to say that doing giveaways is a bad thing. You can do them every now and then. But definitely be careful how often you do giveaways, you do free art. Even if it's like, oh, I just really like to draw these people's characters and everything. Alright. But then, I guess just don't expect to get a lot of clientele because everyone's expecting you to do free art at that point then. Within a day. Oh, man. But I definitely think you could, like, you can answer this. Okay, here's a big thing I want to tell you guys. You remember the whole self-promo thing and how we talk about that a lot? I'd like to put a reminder out that it's perfectly fine if I ask. If I ask something, you guys can absolutely talk about yourselves. You could talk about your commission work. You could talk about the things you want. Because I asked. But where the rule comes in is when I don't ask. And people just come in. You guys, I know you guys see it all the time. Where someone will be like, talking about freaking Sonic the Hedgehog, and someone will come in and be like, hey guys, I do animations on YouTube. It's like, we weren't even talking about what? That's where the rule comes in. So I just want to reiterate that so that no one feels uncomfy about talking about this. But my question for Miso is, do you have your commissions open right now?
The ultimate evil.
I hit my headphones button on accident. Had to wait for my headphones to recharge. Welcome back, Isaac. Yeah, I had to charge my headphones yesterday. We're like twinsy. But you're in the future? No, I'm in the future. You're in the past. Yeah.
Twinsies.
Welcome back, Isaac. No, don't bully me. Did something like, oh wait, or that. They were like, hey, like my channel. Yeah, post, yeah, for real. Oh my gosh. Some people, I'm telling you. So I don't want something like that to scare people that are perfectly fine or like regulars here. It's just for like we had someone recently who did that, and I still think about it, and I'm like, why? What goes through people's minds when they're like, yo, check out my channel here. I know you guys are watching this person, but instead of watching this person, how about you check out my channel here? What? I don't know, bro. I don't know. You have them open, you're just gonna make a cheaper pricing it, bro. Okay, so do you mind before I go on this rant, because this is actually something that someone had asked me in DM. So if you don't mind me talking about it with you, Miso, and basically putting you on blast, I would love to talk about commissions. Because someone had asked me recently, they were like, how do you do commissions and stuff? I would love to then send them this VOD so I don't have to type things up because I'm really hella lazy. But I'm gonna cut that out so they don't hear that part. So let's start over. So someone had asked about, most specifically about pricing commissions, but we could talk about commissions in general. Yeah, we'll cut that part out. We'll fix it in post. What are, sorry, if you don't, look, I'm not gonna roast you. If you don't want me to put you on blast though, let me know. What are the things that you have done in terms of promo for your commissions? Like, what have you put together? What have you already, like, posted? What have you done for promoting your commissions? And I take it with a grain of salt. I am not a super marketer. I'm not a super, like, I'm not the best at marketing my own stuff. But I would like to help if possible. Because I believe, at least specifically talking about Miso, I believe Miso definitely deserves more work. Miso deserves it because Miso's amazing. Let me go back a little bit. That was something that needed to be done. I'm about to go, the price sheet, oh no. What have you, okay, here's another question. I'm gonna bombard you with questions also because of stream lag. What also have you done, or have you been doing other than the commission sheet? At least the pricing sheet in general. And believe me, I completely understand. There's a lot of things I gotta do that I have not done, so. I'm not trying to put you on full blast, but I'm only asking because we're trying to break it down right now. I just don't think about it. Just so used to it that they don't stand out anymore. Wait. Oh, you mean when people advertise on your channel? I suppose. It becomes, at some point, I've noticed that it became a thing where people don't even care about me. They come to my channel, they come to my Discord, they just, and then they come in and they're like, hey, this is me and this is what I do. And that's when it started bothering me. Like, if someone that I know is promoting themselves, it's not really a huge biggie. Especially if I know them and I know their content. Unless they suddenly start doing it all the time. Then it's like, what happened? Like, you weren't like that before. But when it's some rando, or even someone that's been in the community for a while, and then they start, I don't know, it's weird vibes. I don't like feeling used. I definitely don't like feeling used. It's a really bad feeling. And so that's what it is, though. It feels like I'm just being used at some point with some people. But lately, as Oz, I believe Oz would know, because the mod team knows, we've been getting rid of those types of people that have been essentially just using our platform. Because it's not a good feel. It's like, in the very least, if you're gonna use me, at least support me. That sounds awful, but they never wanted to, because that's not what they were there. That's not what they were here for. And I highly doubt you guys want someone in the community that is straight up just using me, so it works out all in all at the end of the day that we get rid of them. Wait, where was I? Example of random entry in chat. Particular pink petals, but oh no, I can't pencil put that pond. Roast beef, no, I'm not gonna roast you. No. I just made an announcement with a wall of text on a few Discords. Okay, so, then you got carried away with it. Started some art. Wait, let me go back. I figured art fight would help the drive of interest in my pieces. But then I got carried away with it. And he started drawing for the sake of drawing. I mean, that's good too. It's no drawing, even if you don't finish it, no drawing will never be worth it. Well, I guess I can't really say that, but to some extent. But I will say, I already see a couple things in there that may have been why you haven't landed clients yet. Granted, I will say that getting your first few clients is hard. But as long as you land your first few clients and then word of mouth from there, honestly, some of the best advertising is not even something you do, it's word of mouth. As you guys know, I worked with Katie. From Katie, I worked with Hannah. I worked with Tiffany. I'm trying to think of all the people that told me. Obviously, I worked with Bipsy. All of them came from word of mouth. It wasn't like, you know, they saw my advertisements. They didn't see my posts about when I opened my commissions. Because their timeline is full of other things. That's not what they prioritize on their timeline. And curating your timeline is definitely a thing. I'm talking mostly Twitter, but there are other ways to promote, obviously. But it was all word of mouth. Word of mouth is so important, which is why it's so important to have a good relationship with your clients. But small shout out to Katie because I love her. Thank you. Okay. But another thing that I noticed you mentioned is that you did a wall of text. I think you already know this. We all know this. Everyone's really lazy. I can't even say everyone. I cannot say everyone. And I do this all the time. Look at my freaking announcements. How many of you that are in the Discord actually read my announcements word for word? Because if you say that you do, the next time I make a really freaking long announcement, I'm gonna hide something in there. I'm gonna hide something saying, if you read this, type banana in chamber chat. Just an example. And if you don't do that, I'm gonna know you didn't read it. So don't lie to me. How many people actually read it word for word? I type a lot. And that's an example. Do it. That's an example. That is an example of if you type too much, especially for commissions, if you type too much, people aren't gonna read it. Especially if you don't have a price lit. They give us out the Katie, I love her. If you don't have like a nice visual, a price sheet, a commission sheet, whatever, no one's gonna read it. No one's gonna read it because people don't like reading. I've had to learn the hard way for many years, even though I still don't do it. I had to learn the hard way about how to word things so that people read them. Word it very bluntly, very blunt, be very straight to the point. Ain't nobody got time for that kind of ideology. when you want to say anything, it's not even just like your commissions, but if you want to make any kind of announcement, unless you don't care if people read it. So for example, when I posted about all of the milestone rewards, what time they're going to happen, what they are, I knew no one was going to read that. I knew no one was going to read that. But for the very few that did, now they know, they have the information. And mostly for me, so I can remember when I'm supposed to be doing. I'm going to move to this while I'm ranting, so you guys have something pretty to look at. It mostly for me, so I remember exactly what day I'm going to be doing stuff. But you have to be really careful about how you word things for strangers. Not for people that know you, not for people that, you know, are friends, that might read it. I'm going to tell you right now, even if you're my best friend, you're probably not going to read all my announcements, because that's a lot. That's a lot of work. That's a lot of words, and, you know, I should have just shortened it, but it's a lot. It's a lot. And I honestly, anytime I type a lot in the announcements, I do not expect everyone to read it, because I know they won't. I know they won't. So whenever I type a small announcement, it's because I want people to read it. But whenever I type a really long announcement, I know people aren't going to read it. Sometimes when I type a long announcement, it's because it's not for everyone. I would love if everyone read it, but I know everyone's not going to. Sometimes it's for the select few that do read it, the people who do care. I put more effort in for those that are willing to go through the effort and read through all of that crap. But like, speaking of which, I put up the animation challenge for this month. I know, we still have to finish this one. Look, it's almost close. It's almost done. But the animation challenge, here is the link, by the way. Hi, Wasteland, by the way. July animation challenge. If you guys want to vote, there is the poll to vote. If you look at that, the only thing people are going to care about is at the very bottom. There's a poll. People recognize at the very top, it's the animation challenge. And then at the very bottom, there's a poll. And they're going to vote on it, and that's it. They won't read anything else. And that's fine, because all the rest of that is basically for anyone, either anyone who cares or liability. So that people, like, if I ever need to go back and be like, this is what I did, this is the way it works, I absolutely told people what was going to happen, you can't say I didn't. It's like that, right? But the only thing people are going to care about, animation challenge poll, the poll at the bottom. That's it. That's it. And that's fine. I set it up that way on purpose. So I have hair on me. Wasteland, thank you so much for the club biddies. Sorry, I had a hair on me. Hi, Marine Boy. I'm going on a rant about how to talk to people on the internet. So, TLDR, when you want to talk to someone, make sure it is very straight to the point. It's very, like strangers. If you want to announce something to strangers, I should say. Because obviously there's case-by-case scenarios. But you want to announce something to strangers, especially opening commissions and stuff, you want to be very to the point. Very to the point. So to do that, especially with commissions, Miso, you already know this, but you're going to want to really make that sheet. You could type as much as you want, no one's going to read it. You want to make that commission sheet the price sheet. Heck yeah. And I can even show you mine if you want to see. I mean, I'm sure you've seen a lot of them. I'm sure you've seen a lot of them. I put very minimum effort into mine because I made it very straight to the point. You do not want to have a lot of words on it either. Even on the graphic itself, you do not want a lot of words. Your art will speak for itself. Where did I put it though? Oh, it's in my commissions folder actually. Is this it? Okay, this was for my simple character references. And even this might be too much, but I have examples. I have examples. I have starting in the front and back, and then if you want extra add-ons. It's very bland. It's very, you know, very straight to the point. There's no fluff. My commissions are open. Here's the prices. Done and done. Here's some examples. There are way better commission sheets than this. I will not claim to be the best. If you like to break down your stuff, headshot, bust, and thigh up, I did this back in the day when I did rendered art. I had a line. I had one image. It showed the full, like the thigh up was the highest I would go. I was not doing full body back then. So I had a thigh up. I put lines on it. You want a heads up? This is what it's gonna look like. You want bust? It's gonna go up to that line, right? That's what you're gonna get. You want the thigh, you're gonna get the whole thing. And then I had the prices on there. Back in the day, I did sketch versus render. So if you wanted it just a sketch or if you wanted it rendered and stuff. And then I did have other examples of them, but honestly, no one's probably gonna look at that. They're just gonna look at this and that's all you're gonna care about. And is very straight to the point, for my images anyway. So that's an example. I'm so far behind on chat, but that's an example of, my commissions are not open, they're selective. But that's an example of how I used to do when I did illustration commissions. I'm gonna be honest, I didn't really pop off with commissions. I got commissions every now and then, but I didn't really pop off until I started doing animation commissions. And I think it was just, I actually tried when it came to advertising them. I actually tried. Another thing I did, you don't have to do this, but I found it helps. If you really do like doing free art, I recommend one. Don't do any more free art, but like unless you really want to, but then it's gonna be harder. It's gonna be a lot harder to get commissions because people aren't gonna want to pay you, right? But what I found is when you do a giveaway, when you open commissions, you can say, I'm giving away for one winner only. No more free art. One winner only, but if you don't win, or you want it sooner than the polling for that winner, you can buy it. Because my commissions are open. Here's the commissions. You get the exact same thing you would for the giveaway. You can enter the giveaway if you don't want to pay for it. But you do. You want it faster. You want more detail. Like you want to be specific with it. Here you go. My commissions are open. And I found, because you already know giveaways get a lot of attention, so, and it puts more attention on to your commissions. Oh, I thought we were on break timer that whole time. I feel, oops. Okay, let me go back a little bit. Exactly, Isaac. It makes it obvious when someone else is using it. It's very icky feeling. It's icky even as a community member watching it happen. Exactly. Oh, okay. Okay, I got you, Oz. That makes sense. I gotta do that. I gotta boot. As soon as it starts becoming a problem, I gotta boot them. Rather than letting it sit. Because there was one you guys already know. There was one person that was like, I let them sit for some reason. I don't know why. I let them sit and I let them advertise for so long until we finally actually booted them because they did something really stupid. And I was like, there's no reason. There's no reason. They contributed nothing to the community, so there was no reason to keep them the whole time. I held on too much hope. Sometimes I hold on too much hope for no reason. One commission from a friend. It's a fan art, of course. I'm great. Oh, I would love to do fan art commissions. But, yeah. Or from friends, yes. Like word of mouth, friends, from friends you knew. Exactly, Okamino. Word of mouth is so important. It's so important. I don't know how you find taco stands from word of mouth, but that's incredible. Wasteland. Do it because I don't read it. Exactly. Exactly. It's a lot. I get it. I try to skim. There's a reason why I also use a lot of bolded words in my announcements. Because people skim and it catches their eye. So those are usually the things that are worth reading, essentially. And it's okay. That's okay. Ah, thank you. Background. Always be careful. Yeah, how things are worded, especially with strangers. I'm bad at that. I genuinely treat everyone as a friend, and that's nice, but you gotta also be careful because people will use that. They'll use you if you do that to, like, you know, to the wrong person. Thank you again, Wasteland. Hi, Marine Boy. Whee! Oh, there was a drink. I don't know if I drank, but I'm gonna drink again. Yeah, the only time, I will say, with an asterisk, the only, the only time I would recommend not making things short for strangers is when you're doing your TOS. Your TOS, you can be as long-winded as you want because the TOS, again, no one's gonna read it, but the TOS at the end of the day is for you legally. It's for you legally. Because if anyone breaks anything, if anyone does something and they are like, oh, I didn't know. Firstly, when you get a commission, oh, I'm not sticking out my middle finger. When you get a commission, confirm with them that they read your TOS, even if they didn't. That doesn't matter if they didn't. It's the fact that they confirmed they read it, and they can't use that against you. Wasteland.
Yes, TOS is to cover your own butt.
Yes, it's to cover you. It's to cover you legally. No one's gonna read it at the end of the day. No one's gonna read it, and that's fine. Make it as long-winded as you need. Make it as thorough as you need. No one's gonna read it. It's to cover you at the end of the day. Wasteland, thank you so much for becoming a VIP here at the clubhouse. I really appreciate it. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. You say you're not, you don't really like doing male figures? I appreciate it, but yeah, I don't, I'm not big on male figures. Thank you for the save here. I'll save our Tricky. Even though I don't think I did anything with it. Whee! Thank you, Oz, thank you. Perhaps I could do a giveaway, if they shared the post. Oh, I don't think I've ever heard of that, but that would be interesting too. You could say, if you share, oh, but well, there's a couple things I could say with that. Firstly, you're not going to get as many participants because they're going to be confused by the rules, because everyone thinks giveaways are just like, share, and that's it. And the only people who are going to actually enter the giveaway are people who read it. And that's fine. Honestly, that's not a bad thing. I'm just saying that to let you know. But that's not necessarily a bad thing, because they might think like, oh, if I just share the giveaway post, then, you know. But, or well, something that you could also do is share the giveaway post so that it goes around, because that's the one that's going to get a lot of attention because it's a giveaway and people want free stuff, yada yada. But you can say in there, optional, or for an extra chance at the giveaway. So instead of one chance, you get 2 chances to win the giveaway. Share the commissions post. And so people can easily share the giveaway post and have an entry. But for an extra chance to win the giveaway, they can then share your commissions post, and then that can also blow up a bit. If people read. This is very reliant on people reading. So, yeah. Just keep that in mind. Just keep that in mind. You know how it is with people in reading. Oh, thank you, Okumito. Oh. Tacos are good. They are good. I haven't had tacos in forever, though. Like, I'm talking months. Woo! Still learning, still need to work on learning to advertise. Look, again, I'm not the world's best. I never went into marketing, but I have learned a lot. In the last year that I've been doing this, over a year that I've been doing this, I've learned a lot, and I'm perfectly fine with sharing what I know. Even if I'm not the best, I would love to share with you guys what I know, which is why I'm enjoying talking about this right now. And catching up on chat. Thank you again, Wasteland. Yes, cover yourself. Cover yourself. Exactly. Yes, Miso. Honestly, if you want to take my TOS and you want to copy and paste it and then just rewrite it so that it matches, like, because whatever you offer, whatever fits more so with your own commissions, you can do that. I give you full permission to just copy paste my TOS for that reason. Because I worked with someone to write it up. So it's not just me. It was like a team effort. TOS needs to be thicker than a bowl of oatmeal. Oh my goodness, that second sentence. Thick. They might expect a giveaway. Yeah. Have a good one, Mimir. People reading in this economy, right? Hi, Groom. So yes, when it comes to promoting yourself with commissions, I'm not saying that giveaways are make or break. Like, you're not just suddenly going to blow up because you do a giveaway, but it does help, at least visibility-wise. But keep in mind that the people who join the giveaway, again, are going to be expecting free art. So just be careful how much free art you do from now on, especially if you want to make commissions work. If you want to make them work. Next question, do you have a VGen? Because VGen has been popping off. If you're not interested in it, completely understandable. But that might be something to work towards as well. Especially because they take care of a lot of the legalities already there. You don't have to do it all yourself. But it's not too hard to do it yourself as well in the meantime. I have a few rules, but that's in my head. Probably, yeah, Definitely should write it down at some point. So I don't know if you actually happen to answer it. Maybe it's because Art Fight right now is taking up most of your time, but what has been taking up most of your time when this is something that you really want to do? The second part was not okay. It's a fun. It's true though. It's true, Room. It's true. You don't have a VGen. Never considered having work used for streamers? Oh, I mean, oh no. VGen's not for just streamers. No. VGen is for anyone who wants to commission, usually VTubers, but they don't just commission for stream. A lot of people do commissions for just illustrations because people really like art of their characters. And another thing to consider is prints. People might come to you for artwork just like it's just normal art for you, but on their side they're going to turn into merchandise, which then gives you more money because then you get that extra additional fee for the commercial use and everything. Actually, there's another fee that goes on top of that. Let me see if I can remember what it was called, because I paid it recently. Let's see. So you have your commercial use fee, but then there's also another one. Oh, it went away because I clicked off of it. Hold on. Called... Well, that's for full commercial. No, maybe that person did not have it. Where else did I... Maybe not. There's another, like, I don't know, where you can turn it into merchandise, like a merchandise fee. I don't know what it's actually called. No, it's not a streamer shop. A lot of it is used for streaming. Don't get me wrong. A lot of it's used for streaming. Here, I'm looking at VGen right now. You have things like emotes, sub badges. You have things like overlays, 3D models, 2D models. They have a literal category called stream assets, branding, stuff like that. But there's a lot more to that. There's a lot more to it. They have physical goods. They have writing for people that need a writer. They have advice. People sell advice on VGen. I don't know how that works, but yes. I can imagine. Just probably like a manager of some sort. They do music. Music can be used for stream, but it can be used for anything. Miscellaneous. There's a lot of different things that they have. What's in miscellaneous? They have coding. You can do coding on VGen. You can do UI, UX design for games. They have game modding if you want something modded into a game. Website design. Discord bots. They have Minecraft skins. All of this is on VGen, and I'm sure they're even looking to add more eventually. But there's a lot of things that you can sell on VGen, and you can buy on VGen that's not necessarily stream specifically related or anything. It's not just streamers or anything. But it is a lot. It's a lot of streamers, I won't lie. A lot of streamers, a lot of people. But if you're just looking to do art, especially commission-wise, I can see you doing art for VTubers. Unless that's something you really did not consider. Unless you only want to do fan art commissions. Which is also a thing you could do. By doing free doodles to everyone that followed and reposted in the last 20 hours. And that's nice, Wasteland, but it's really hard to do commission work if you do, like if you just do free doodles once or once in a while, that's very different. Because then it's like people are following because you did it that one time, hoping that you do it again, but you normally don't. And you don't give in to them. And honestly, when you grow based off of doing free stuff, don't expect to keep a lot of followers. You might keep a handful because they love your style or they just want to support you. But a lot of people are going to wind up unfollowing because you're not doing more free stuff. Another thing to keep in mind. But if you do free stuff all the time, it's going to be very... the reason we were talking about it, Wasteland, is that when you do free stuff all the time, it's going to be very hard to actually open commissions and try to make money off of the art that you do. Because people are so used to you giving away free stuff. That's all they're going to expect out of you. They're not going to want... Like, they're going to be like, oh, your commissions are open? That's cute. I'm going to wait until you do more free art so I can get it for free instead of paying for it, you know? And it's like that kind of stuff. So that's why it becomes very hard to do commission work at that point if you do nothing but free art most of the time. Yee! Commercial fee? Is that what it's called? MT, thank you! Yeah, we were working on this one and then well, actually, We were working on this one the other day. This is what we're actually working on today. But I went on Super Rant. Actually, now that I'm looking at it, I really don't like it. Pain. Pain. I clicked back onto it and I was like, we were like ranting for a while. Or I was anyway. And I clicked back on this piece and I'm like, eh. I'll try to continue with it, but I'm not really feeling it now. Sasage! Oh no, it's from... Oh no. Yeah, you guys could absolutely hop on VGen. Now, to be an artist on VGen, you have to go through a preliminary stuff. But once you are an artist, then you can work from there. You considered VTuber commissions a year ago? Probably should give it another look then. If you're interested, yeah. Thank you for the twink, by the way. I'm just a writer, but they have writing on VGen. Ooh. Preliminary stuff? So, like, you can't just sign up for VGen. You have to, there's, like, several different ways. Rim might actually know a little bit more about it. There are several different ways to become an artist on VGen, but you have to do one of those ways. You can't just, like, sign up and then you can sell art through VGen. It's kind of like vetting. They kind of vet you to make sure you're not a bot, to make sure you're not a scammer, all this other stuff. So you have to like do stuff before you can actually sell on VGen. Now what that stuff is, I don't really remember. I think it's, you could either get a code from someone, like an artist code. You can get, like, every month, I think, week, I don't know. They open these things for VGen where if you comment on it, they give away. I think it's like the people with the most likes or something under the comment, or under the post in the comments. They will give them a code to be on VGen. I don't remember exactly. There's like a third way, too. So there's a couple different ways, but you'd have to look into it a little bit. I didn't realize this song was still going. Sorry for anyone that likes Attack on Titan. Meow, 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 meow. What? I don't know. Wasteland, what are you doing? What? Wasteland, how are you getting timed out by Streamlabs? What are you doing? I don't even know what that means. Like the reason why. Yes, exactly, Isaac. When people start expecting free stuff, then it's like, ugh. Yeah, no, it's no worries. It might be directed towards Miso only because I was outing Miso. But if anyone, like, all this advice is for anyone. Anyone could use it. I need to tie up my hair because I have my fan on and my hair keeps touching my arm. I'm like, help. I just pointed. I don't know what Zalgo means. I don't know. I think Streamlabs is having a moment, bro. Be careful. If you post it one too many times, it'll get you. No. I have no idea what it means, bro. I don't know if that's what did it. I'm assuming, though, because I had to be. It's the only thing you posted. Alright, Rim said it. Well, first you have to get accepted there to be an artist. You either need to get a VGen code, have your fans or Twitter vouch for you, or win one of their contests. That's what it was. So you can win the contest on Twitter, Or you can have your Twitter following vouch for you. That was the one I was missing. Or you can get an artist code. Beware of Zalgo. It's glitchy text? So that wasn't even glitch. That was just emotes. Oh? Oh no! Isaac! We're all getting it today. It's real! It's hunting you, oh no! Be careful, everyone stay low, stay low. Looks like my only chance is the contest? Let's see. Oh, the contest on Twitter. But in the meantime of, if you do really want to sign up for VGen, I could still say, you know, check out, doing your own commissions as well. And it mostly just sounds like you know what to do. It just seems like you are, like, not doing it. For lack of better words. So I think it's less of like a... Honestly, I think this whole thing is less of a marketing thing and more of a motivation thing, or like a how to get started to actually do something, to like go for it thing. And it really just comes down to you just gotta do it. You just gotta do it.
Buh.
Oh, wow. Oh my goodness, Isaac, you're so close. You're 3 away. I'm so sorry, Rim. Every time someone gets timed out for stress testing, another mod panic attack. I have another mod panic attack. No! Just don't get banned. Just don't get banned. Getting timed out, it kind of sucks, but if you get banned, that's where it's like end game. And the reason why, hold on, it's because I share a... I messed up my resolution. I share a banned list with a lot of people, and if you get banned, I would have to figure out how to explain to them, or not, why you got banned, and then, you know, they can choose to act on that. Yeah. Oh no! You timed someone out for 2 weeks? Did they stay timed out for 2 weeks? I want oatmeal all of a sudden. Very, very random. Very random. I just had suddenly a want for oatmeal. Exactly. Yes, exactly, Rim. To the Shadow Realm. No! Oatmeal's so good, it is, it is. Aw, thank you, Miso. But yeah, that's what I have to say about all the commission stuff. Now there's, you know what's funny? We talked about it, but I don't think I ever answered one of the original things that I was gonna say was about prices. And I just never said it. But I'm gonna be real, I don't really even know. Someone had asked how to price commissions. And I'm still trying to figure out how to answer that. Because the thing is, I know how to answer that, but I know people are not going to like the answer. They're not going to like the answer. Because it's very technical and somewhat reliant on things like social media. And I know a lot of people, you know, it should be, you know, how long do you spend on doing commissions, you know? That should be how to price things. But at the end of the day, it's not the only factor on how to price things. You want to time them out? Oh, at 17 is powerful. I'm so sorry. No, pricing is hard. It can't be. Hugs, not exactly. It's up to what... I think it's up to what one is comfortable with. I want to talk about pricing, but again, I feel like I don't want to like offend anyone. I don't even think I can when I talk about pricing, but I don't know why I did that. I mean, I guess okay, at the end of the day, what someone is comfortable with is important. I'm not neglecting that, or that's not the right word. I'm not saying that's not true at all. But there are so many factors that come into pricing your art. And it sucks. It kind of sucks. But at the end of the day, it's a business. And people are not going to buy from a business that, you know... Unless you you do it well, I guess. You price it well. You... Oh goodness, I did that wrong. You uphold things well. You have a good reputation. I gotta fix that, but I'll fix it like this.
Wee.
You ended up cracking... No! You cracked your iPad! That's awful! Oh, okay. I mean, that still sucks. But at least they're gonna be able to fix it. A professor of yours told that pricing should be based on minimum wage and how long a piece took, plus the total cost of materials. I've heard that also. I have heard that also. And if you're doing commission work, again, maybe a professor would know better than me. If you're doing commission work and you're doing it through social media, I don't think that's gonna work. Because at the end of the day, I think everyone should be able to price their artwork for, like, if it takes you 5 hours, like this piece that we're working on right now. This piece, I'm getting $45 for this. $45 for this piece that we're working on right now. I want you to keep that in mind. According to Clip Studio, I'm ignoring all the time that I've been just ranting. I've been working on this for an hour and 17 minutes straight. An hour and 17 minutes. We'll see how long it takes till I finish it. But let's say this was gonna take 3 hours tops total. 3 hours for 45. That's not so bad. That's not so bad. But there's another thing that I've done. As another example. This is probably a bad example. I have to find like a better example. I'll put it like this. I agree with the professor as long as you're able to optimize your time. There you go. I agree that you should price it based off of how long it takes you to do a piece if you optimize your time well. Because at the end of the day, a client should not have to pay for the time that you spend not optimizing your time. If it takes you 60 hours on a piece because most of that time was spent doing something else not related to the art, I wouldn't even really consider that then you doing art, like the time on the art, yada yada. But if like you sit down and you calculate it takes like 60 hours to do something, that's over a week of work if you work on just that piece. Hold on, I really don't like how this came out. One sec. Then that's, you really gotta learn how to time. Another important thing is timing yourself. Usually, when I do these, it takes me about 2 hours to do them. So my pricing is fine. But I'm also streaming right now, which doesn't really help with the time, but that's okay, because I purposely set myself today I finished what I needed to finish, and I'm really happy about that, and the rest of whatever I finish today is just a bonus. Happy! That's how I set my schedule for today. But yes, with pricing, it can be hard. I agree. It can be hard, but there's several reasons why it could be hard. And there's no right answer, there's no wrong answer. There's just things that work and things that don't. What? Ah, I keep clicking on the wrong thing. I keep hiding the layer instead of locking it. Pretty sure people are gonna get offended no matter what you say. It's true. That's true. They can very much misinterpret. I agree. Just take my money. Do lectures at art schools? I don't know. Oh my goodness. I would have to learn things to do a lecture. I'm really bad at lecturing. I keep stuttering and stuff. But in this comedy, yes. It's very hard. Exactly, Isaac. And there's even more that goes into it. There's even more. Lecture, you say? Oh no. Lecture time? Hold on, let me catch back up on chat. The better you become, or the faster you become even, the less money you get from that. But then it's also... Yeah, based off of that, where how long it takes, technically you would make less money off of it, but that should not be the case as your skills grow, for sure. 1 hour. Yeah, I'm done with the piece. It's done. No. Aw. It's very kind, at least, that you would even think about that, Isaac, though. Exactly, exactly. That reminds me of when I got my hair done. It was $100 an hour. And usually when I get my hair done, it takes 2 to 3 hours, so I was gonna pay $200 to $300, and that's kind of normal. Hi, Dragonfly. And instead, she wound up taking 6 hours because she was working on other clients while she put me under the heat thing. And that heat thing went off several times. Went off, and then she said she checked it, and she's like, okay, it's not done yet. So she put it back on. 6 hours. It took 6 hours. Do you want to know how much money that was? $100 an hour for 6 hours? Yeah. Yeah. And all I did was I got half of my bangs done. Because I have half and half hair. And she just fixed up the roots. Or, did I say bangs? Well, basically bangs. She fixed the roots on the half of the hair. And all it is bleach. Come on. Come on. Yes, very big ripoff. It's a shame that I did it. I'm not a very strong person when it comes to confrontation. It's all like, what am I supposed to say? Hey, you did my hair, but I'm not gonna pay you. Jeez, hi, Sketchy. It's hard, but yeah, definitely the time thing. Aw, Marine Boy. That's very kind, that's very kind. I get a tip for enthusiasm. For a starter drawing, aka my level, something like 25 would make sense. Again, pricing is very difficult. Pricing is very difficult because you don't want to price too low because you need to value yourself as well. Just kind of like what Oz said. You still want to value yourself, and more so than just valuing yourself, you want to show clients that you value your work. You don't want to make it look like you think your work is worth 25 bucks. Because I'm going to tell you right now, it's very hard to charge higher than that if you start off low. And it makes sense to charge more to increase your prices as your skills grow, and you can justify it. But if you try to increase your prices from there, it would be very hard to do, because people are gonna think that your art is only worth $25, and you should not be pricing any higher than that. With that being said, if you guys really want to go into pricing, again, I'm not trying to offend anyone, but I will go into pricing if you want. Also, thank you so much, and have a wonderful time, Dragonfly, and hi, Maestro, and I will drink right now, Maestro. Let me drink and then I'll talk. Oh man. Okay. There are many factors that go into pricing your art. Firstly, probably the most important one, is to keep in mind that if you're trying to make a living off of it, you have to make your art priced at a living wage so that you can live. With that being said, you might have to live off minimum if you're just getting started. Because, I'm trying to pick my words well here. At the end of the day, if you charge something worth $50 and someone else charges something worth $50, but they're more well known, more well recommended in communities, again, that word of mouth is very powerful. It doesn't matter if your art is better than theirs. Firstly, people are probably not going to see it. And secondly, most people are probably going to go for the other person. Because same price, but they're more well known, more well recognized, and they have a reputation in the community. And people can see them. Because a lot of people are not going to be seen when they first start, right? So when it comes to pricing your art, livable wage, even if it's minimum. If this is what you're looking, again, if you're looking to do this full time, and you're going to want to make sure that you are valuing yourself, even if you do have to lower your prices compared to what you would like to. Like if you honestly think your art is worth $200, but you have to sell it for $150, that's okay. Also, there's another trick to that I would recommend, and I'll explain that in a second. So remember that. Because there are other factors that go into it. It's not necessarily just, I'm decreasing my prices because, I'm going to sell my stuff for $20 because that's what's going to get people to buy it. Yes, that will get people to buy it. Are those the type of people you want to buy your art? Probably not. Probably not. Because those are the people that are looking for people who are underselling themselves. Those are the people who are specifically looking for people who are selling themselves short. And they're not going to value you. They're not going to value your art. They're only going to value what they're getting at a lower price. So the lower you make your art worth, you are telling people that your art is not worth it. And you are getting the wrong type of clients anyway. Those are not the people that you really want to work with. With some, like 99% of the time, it's not the people you want to work with. Very small exceptions, right? There's always exceptions to stuff, but we're talking generally. So when it comes to pricing art, you definitely want to value yourself and value your art and show clients that you value your art. But, so all the things I've been saying are good, right? That means increasing price. With that being said, now I'm going to bring in some of the negatives, right? When you're going to price your artwork, keep in mind reputation. People are willing to spend a lot of money, I'm talking thousands of dollars for a single art piece, as long as it's made by someone who's popular. Vegan. Any one of those vegan girls can sell their art very high. Hundreds, if not thousands of dollars. For one art piece. Illustration. I'm not even talking about the VTubers. I'm not talking about the rigging or making an avatar or a model and stuff. I'm just an art piece. Like you and me make. Just an art piece. People are willing to pay thousands. You see it all the time, though. You see it in clothing. You see it in makeup. You see it in brands of cars. People are willing to spend thousands of dollars more for something that is name brand. Something that, they can show off to people and say, hey, I got this from this place or from this person. If I was ever able to commission something from Momotex, for example, she's one of the artists I look up to, I would show that off to everyone. I'd be like, look at what I got from Momo. Because she's a well-known artist in the community. That is something also to keep in mind, is that when people are able to sell their art for really high prices, outside of skill, outside of value and stuff, I'm talking really high, it's because they can. Because they have the name for it. Because people want to buy their art because of who they are. It's not even the art. Some people don't even care what art they get, as long as it's coming from this specific artist. And that's why some people are able to price it up high. So if you are not one of those people, if you are not like really well known or well known at all, or if you're just starting and no one knows you, keep that in mind when you price. Because if you try to price your art, even if it's worth it, even if your art is phenomenal, I hate to say this, but even if your art is phenomenal, but no one knows you, you can't charge the same amount as some of these name brand people do and expect people to buy it because no one knows who you are yet. So please, like, just keep that in mind. I'm not saying that you should, you know, make sure you charge nothing so that people start to get to know you. But keep it in mind that when you price your art, people don't know you right now. They're not willing to spend hundreds of dollars on your art right now. With that being said, here's a neat trick to that. Here's something that I've been planning to do, but I never open my commissions. So for anyone that is looking to open commissions or have them open, but, you know, especially me, so if you ever want to change your prices, for example, don't worry about it because of the fact you are in a very good position right now. Anyone that has commissions open but no clients, or they're about to open commissions, you're in a good position because you can change all the prices. You can change it all without having to worry. It's once you start getting a lot of clients, then it becomes very hard to change these things, right? So I know it's unhappy to not have clients right now, but you're in a very good position to change things. So here's a really cool, neat trick. You ready? If you would like to price things at a more reasonable price of what you want to price it. So, Miso, if you want your art to be worth $150, but you know that people may not be paying for that because they don't know you yet, sales, discounts. You put your art at $150, but you say, hey, I'm opening commissions the first time ever, or I'm reopening commissions, and we're gonna have a sale. It is 25% off. Normal price, $150. I don't know math, but whatever 25% of 150 is, that's how much it is right now. But it's only for a limited time. So, if you want this art, you know, right there, then you still have value in your art. People see that you still value your art for $150, but you're doing a sale, and the sale, quote unquote, is because you're reopening commissions, or maybe it's a holiday sale and stuff like that. 150. So you're doing it for 115, sorry, my brain. And then that makes it very easy for you to value your art, let people know you value your art, and increase your prices, quote unquote. It's not really increasing your prices because you're doing a sale. It's really easy to go back to the price that you really want, all the while being able to sell at a lower price at the start, so people buy your art. They buy your art. Yes, again, I hate that we have to sell it for lower, but people will get to know you. Now, when you start getting clients, make sure to have a beautiful relationship with them. Not everyone is the best type of people, which is why you don't want to sell your art really low, because you're going to run into a lot of the not very good people. But as you price your art reasonably, you will meet good people. make sure you are also a good person, because the better your relationship with clients, the more likely they will recommend, or at least show off your piece. They'll show off your piece, people will ask. They'll be like, where did you get that art from? Oh, I got it from so-and-so. Boom. Like, you know, again, word of mouth is always the best. I have found that word of mouth is the best way to promote, but there's nothing you can do. That's entirely on, I mean, there's a lot you can do. You just have to have good relationships and stuff. But at the end of the day, that's up to the clients to then promote you, because not even that they're trying to promote you, it's just, you know, they just like talking about all the amazing experience they had with you, working with you and stuff. Yes. So when it comes to pricing, just, there's a lot of positives. Again, value yourself because you want clients to know that you value yourself. But yes, keep in mind reputation. It matters because it honestly, that word of mouth thing, it can also come from, I hate to say it like this, but how many followers you have on a social media, especially if that's where you're actively promoting your stuff. If people see that a lot of people are following you, it's because a lot of people vouch for you with big quotes. They don't really vouch, but people see that you are trusted enough that you have a lot of people under your belt. I hate that that's what it becomes every now and then. Like, in terms of, if you primarily promote on Twitter, for example, people are going to look at that. They're going to look at how many people are following you. It's a reputation thing. It's almost like a, is this person, what's the word for, trusted? Is this person trusted? There's another word for it, but basically that's what I'm trying to say. Reputable, that's the word, yes, reputable, yes. So, just keep those things in mind when pricing. So, when you ask Grim, for example, if 25, I would not say 25 is a good price. I think you should go up. But you could, if you really felt like it's too high, if you feel like even $100 is too high, you can then do a sale to bring it down. Now, be careful with sales. Another thing, it's just like with lowering your price, and it's just like with doing free art. You do too many sales, people expect you to do sales, and they only buy when you do sales. And if you do too many sales, or you do a sale that's too low, I'm talking like 90% off, you're still showing people how much you value your art. Is your art really worth 90% off of whatever? So keep that in mind when you price as well. If you want to do a sale, make sure it's like 25 or less. Unless it's like a Christmas thing, I don't know. Unless you really, I don't know, but keep that in mind as well. When you do a sale, don't make it too big of a sale, because people will think you don't value. It comes down to value again. So if you're gonna price your art, and if you want the price of your art to be like, let's say $40, $50 to start, that's how much you want people to pay, then you price it more than that, and you do a sale for 20% off, 25% off to bring it down to that. It's just, it's a big math game. It's a big math game. It's a big, you know, that's if you, and this is only from my experience of promoting on social media. If you don't promote on social media, you promote somewhere else, then it's a completely different ballgame, and I don't know very much about it elsewhere. But this is what I can tell you guys. This is what I can give you guys for information, for what I know from my own experience of doing it via social media. And I'm sure, I'm sure there's a lot of other ways to do it too. I'm sure there's other ways to do it too. You can also, if you grow without doing commissions, if you just start growing, you post a bunch of stuff, and you start blowing up on Twitter, you can already start raising, it sucks, you can already start raising your prices before you even start commissions, because you have that reputation underneath you. Once again, if you're promoting via social media. Yeah, these are the things. This is why I said it was a little controversial, because I know a lot of people don't like to hear that it matters, your numbers matter, all this other stuff, and it sucks. I don't want to hear it either, but this is what I have found in my experiences and stuff. So I hope it helps a little bit for anyone looking to open commissions when it comes to pricing your commissions anyway. Big rant, big rant. Are we gonna talk to length about this? About pricing and stuff? Yeah. Oh, man. I need a drink after that. Imagine my art on a bus. Jeez. Or on any moving vehicle. Oh, man. Connections are helpful. They are. Yes. Very. That's with everything, though. That's not even just art. And it's not even just streaming or anything. That's everything. Who you know is important. Also, I saw you mention something... I think you mentioned something about Piffle and I missed it, Isaac. If you want to repeat it, I'm so sorry. I'm glad. I'm glad you guys were able to grab something from it anyway. Yeah, exactly, Rim. If you promote in someone's Discord, if no one knows you in that Discord, no one's gonna care. This is why I was never really a big fan of commission Discords, with some exceptions. Sometimes they do work. But commission Discords are mostly artists looking for commissions. And so it becomes really hard to promote to a bunch of other artists who are promoting. Especially when people don't care about you. Especially when they don't care about you. Now, if you promote, like if Miso were to promote in my Discord, it would probably work out a little bit better than if Miso were to promote in Maestro's Discord. Thank you for the drink. Oh, where's my water? Oh, it's on the other side of the room. Here, I'll just finish up my Rogue Energy then. Because Miso knows a lot more people in my community than he does in Maestro. Sorry to call you out, both of you, but that's what I mean. Is that if you know people, they're more likely to check out your stuff as well. That goes with any networking, though. If you're a streamer and you want to promote yourself as a streamer, get to know people first. Don't promote yourself just from the get-go. No one cares. No, literally no one cares. That's how it goes. I'm being very blunt about it so it gets into people's heads. Get to know people first. Thank you for the drink. I'm out of Rogue Energy now. I know we're supposed to go for a walk in about 10 seconds, but I kind of don't really want to. I kind of want to eat something. But at the same time, I haven't gone for a walk in a while, and I feel really bad about that. What should I do? I'm having decision paralysis. Should I go for a walk because I haven't gone for a walk in a while, or should I eat something because I'm hungry and I haven't eaten lunch? It's hard, right? There's so there's two different things. Decision paralysis. I'm glad you guys were able to take something out of that rant. Yeah. $6? I can only imagine. Yeah, that's hella underpriced for Piffle. It doesn't even matter the skill level at that point. Anything under $10 is not worth it. I say as I sold emotes for $5. That's because I wasn't even trying to make money, though. I had a very different reason behind what I was doing with the VGen emote commissions. So I have no right to talk about that, but anything under $10 is not worth it. As an artist, as selling stuff. I wasn't looking to make money off of those emotes, though. I had a very different agenda. Try it again one day. Try what again one day? Oh, the Rogue? Or something. Oh, I don't know. Sorry, it's because I saw the Rogue Energy. My bad, Marine Boy. Take lunch, run and eat and run at the same time. Have a light snack and walk. Your last walk was the IRL one. Yes, that was on Sunday, technically, I walked. Monday was the video. Have a good one, Oz. It's no worries. It's no worries. That one's become official, right? Official what? Oh, streaming. Oh, streaming? Yeah, you should try it again sometime. 25 for non-animated ones? I would say on average, yeah. On average. Some people do less, some people do more. I've seen one emote. Because, again, this is name brand. This is someone who's very popular in the animation community. One emote. Now, granted, it's an animated emote, but listen. One animated emote for the minimum price was $400. The minimum. I think the highest one was $600 or $700 for one emote. Not a bundle. Not a bunch of them. One emote. That's animated. So, when it comes to prices, like, don't ever think you're charging too much. If someone ever tells you you're charging too much, it's because they are the wrong client for you, right? They're the wrong client. Obviously, there are people who charge a lot. I mean, you might see outrageous prices sometimes. They're not looking for you. If you think someone's charging an outrageous price, it's because they're not looking for you. They're looking for people who can afford it, which sometimes it becomes corporate at that point. Some people have corporate prices. They're looking for corporations. They're not looking for you at that point. And that's fine because they probably have worked with those people. That's why they price that way. There's a lot more that goes into pricing, but I didn't want to go over everything because some of it's based off of if you're already established, right? Oh gosh, I have to pee, and I am gonna BRB, but I think I'm gonna eat. I'm sorry, I know, I'm not trying to be lazy. I think I'm gonna eat though. Oh, you know what I'll do? I'll walk to the mailbox. I know it's not very far. It's literally just down the road. But I think I'll walk to the mailbox and then come back. At least I'm going outside for a little bit. NFTs? Oh my gosh, yeah. I can't believe the NFTs, bro. Target audience, exactly. Yeah, exactly, Sketchy. Oh man, when it comes to when it comes to not safe for work art, that's where it really blows up in price. But yes, at the end of the day, if you ever see art or anything that's priced way out of your budget, it's because you are not their target audience. That's all that comes down to. Okay, I'm gonna BRB for a bit. I am going, you know, I'll put on words. We haven't done words in a while, have we? I'm gonna go make food. Tomorrow, I hope. Tomorrow I might be really tired, though. I don't know. We'll see. Because we're gonna do our lore stuff. Oh, I hit the wrong button. Maybe I'll go for a walk after stream. Or, let's be honest, I'm not gonna do that. Well, no, I might, because I finished 2 projects today! Let's go! I finished 2 projects today, which means maybe I'll go for a walk after stream because I have the time to do it. Heck yeah. Yeet. Alright, words on stream. You guys ready? Hold on. I'm gonna move myself real quick, sorry. There we go. Yippee! Oh, let me get myself a little bit more in the corner. There. Alright, I'll be back in a little bit. Thank you for sticking through that. I think that was like a 40-minute rant. See, now that rant I can send to that person because they asked about prices. So I can send that to that person. I don't have to type it all because that's a lot. You see why that was a lot of typing? I don't want to type all that. Exactly. It's so price high. It's true. Okay. I'll be back a little bit. Thank you. I realize the timer's about to go off, but I need to put my macaroni and cheese downstairs because I didn't finish it, so I'm putting it in the fridge. Well, hold on one sec. All right. All right.
I have some good mac and cheese.
Actually, like I had mentioned in chat, not the best mac and cheese because the cheese did not stick very well to the noodles, but that's okay. I will make it better the next time I make it. Alright, let's figure this one out. Oh, it's 5-letter words. No. Wait, I know a word. Yippee. How is night a word, but night isn't a word? Oh, sketchy. Try doing night again. You know what? I'll just steal it from you. Have a good one, Rim. More like the, yeah, it was the cheese sauce, yeah. Thin the cheese a little with milk. Oh, I hate milk. I will not use milk. Yuck. Yuck, yuck, yuck. No, it was fine though. Normally I make it fine. The reason why I didn't stick to the noodles is because when I make it in water. Oh, you're supposed to boil the noodles, and I didn't drain it very well. Like, you're supposed to drain it of the water, and the handle for my thing broke while I was in the middle of draining it, so I did not drain it very well. And there was still a lot of water left, and it just it got all wonk from there. Sad face is sad. Ooh. Oh yes, no, I don't like milk. I do not like milk. I am not a milk enjoyer. No milk for me, please. Oop. The hiccups. Ow. Too much start. Yes, exactly. Sad face. Almond milk? No, no milk. No milk for me. You guys can have all the milk, bro. Have all the milk. I'll teach you how to have it as a no drain mac and cheese. No drain, so you don't have to drain it. But I don't like runny mac and cheese either. I like it when it's very thick in cheese. I love cheese. Oh, you guys already know that. Huh? Oh no, these are hard letters. Wait, really? That was a word? What? Oh, I'll drink the milk. I love milk. Oh good, you can have all the milk, Isaac. You can have all the pilk. All the pickle juice and milk. I don't like pickles and I don't like milk, so I would not like pilk at all. Yuck. But if we have all the milk, you'll run out of cheese. I know, that's the sucky part. I love cheese, but I hate milk. Wait, what was the word? What's the big word? Is it buttons? Buttons? So, butts should work. Aw, man. I think it's just one box. You only need 12 ounces of water. Yeah, I have a thing that tells me exactly how much water I need for it. Yes, sirree. I know how to make mac and cheese, guys. I just made it wrong because the handle broke. If there's one thing I would like to say I know how to make, it's boxed mac and cheese. Because I love cheese, guys. I've been making it all my life. That or, freaking... I mean, obviously, everyone can make, like, sandwiches and Pop-Tarts and stuff. But... what's another thing that I cook? Help me. I can make really good pancakes. Believe it or not. I surprised myself with that. I'm not helping at all. Oh no. No. What about this? Wait, we did it? Oh, was it me? No. It was not me. Oh my goodness. Welcome in, Magus of Art. We may not be understanding. I'm saying I make it without needing to drain it. True, but didn't you just say the water thing? Kraft versus Velveeta, which I like Velveeta. Banana pancakes. Oh, banana pancakes sounds so good. I don't know how we got it. Big carry, big carry. Five-letter words. This is hard. We're getting up to the hard words. Help. And so many of them were 6 letters. Wait, what is that? I know one of the words. Yes. I'm awful. Wait, what was that word? I know another word. No, wait. No. Yes. I'm the worst around. I'm stealing all the words. No one can take me down. Velveeta is good. You still grab Kraft because it's so cheap. That's fair. I've tried Kraft. It's okay. It's definitely not bad, but Velveeta's my favorite.
Plastic.
You guys are getting a lot of words, and I don't know how you're doing that. Okay. Since I can't, I have a really hard time looking at the letters because they move way too fast for me. Oh, snap. Speaking of which. Wait, isn't this a word? Oh, it's already been claimed. Oh no. I bet it's a bunch of words I've never heard in my life. Indeed. Aw, man. Oh. You know, the highest we ever got was level 27. We were really close, though. We were really close. Thank you guys so much for playing! Congratulations to #1, Jack! Getting literally almost double the points as 2nd place. Well, followed by Grim, Techno, Miso, Sketchy, Manbear, Magus, and Okamino. Thank you so much for playing, y'all. Thank you, thank you. That was fun. Alright, we'll go back to the art, but, oh man. These are truly the beans. Truly the beans. We were almost there. I wish English is not my vocabulary. That doesn't even make sense, bro. Let me put this away. Yeah, as long as someone gets, like, the big word, I can work off of the big word, but I'm really bad with all the moving pieces. Who threw something at me? How dare. Thank you for the hat pats. Appreciate that. Silly. I messed up. Oh no. Oh, I did not start the timer. Exactly! That's what I'm thinking exactly. It's the beans, bro. It's all in the beans. Alright, I'll start the timer. Yes. Oh, that makes a lot of sense too, Grim. I absolutely steal words. Like if someone says, something that ends with an S or ends with an ED or anything like that, I will absolutely be like, yes. I will just take the base word and remove the other part of it. Oh, my mom is calling me. Hold on, let me call her back. Or let me call. I gotta mute myself though. Alright. I am back. Sorry. Yeah. Oh, that is a... Wait, actually? I did not realize that it's actually super duper hot for you normally. I'm on the right layer? Yeah. Wait, I did a lot today? Ooh. Hey guys, next time my phone rings or in the very least I say, hey guys, my mom is calling. Can you guys just remind me not to answer the phone? Because I think that's not really something I should be doing. while I'm in the middle of streaming. Just let me know. Just be like, hey, you remember that time you tried doing that and it didn't really work out for you? Yeah, let's just remember that and don't do that again. Can't do. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Ugh, it feels so nice. It sounds like it sounds really nice for especially if it's normally 110. Oh my goodness. For me, normally it's like, I don't even know what a normal is. 50s? 60s? Around this time of the year, no. It would be like 60s, 70s, but... Yee. I don't know what that is. Do you mean the state? Aw. You're not talking about the state, are you, Grim? I'm gonna have to delete your message if you are. Not a bad way, it's completely out of safety for you. Oh. Very cold, what are you talking about? 50s, 60s? Or 60s, 70s? I don't know. That's not cold. Oh, true, Miso. Yeah, I was supposed to do a lot more today. What the heck? I feel like I fell a little behind. Don't even worry about it. It's not for you, it's for me. It's so I don't get in trouble with Twitch. I'm gonna delete it though. I know me, watch. Twitch is gonna be like, oh, so you let people dox themselves? Okay, here's a permanent ban. You'll never stream again. Not in this city. And I'll be like, coughing. It's in the 90s where you are? Oh, snap. I don't actually know what the temperature is right this second, but I don't think it's that hot. Yeah, if you want a little bit of context, my mother's side of the family, TLDR, are very the type of people who don't believe art is a viable career, or let alone a job. So they very much think that I'm sitting around doing nothing all day. And my mom kind of understands it, because I kind of like yelled at her a long time ago about it. I'm not gonna really talk about it on stream, but I don't really talk to my mom very often. So if you ever hear me say that I don't have a mother, that's usually why. But... well, I also didn't grow up with a mom, so... yeah. But yeah, the reason why I even bring up, like, hey, don't tell me not to, because a lot of them don't believe what I'm doing is anything. Yeah, you guys get it. You guys get it. Yeah, yeah. If you guys hear the horror stories all the time about non-supportive, not just parents, but family in general, that don't support, I don't know. If I'm not working, like, a 9-to-5 job... oh gosh, oh, I didn't grab my water, hold on. Ugh. You know, the families that don't support if you don't work like a 9-to-5, it's not a job, apparently. Thank you, Grim. Hey. On the other spectrum, again, I don't live with my mom. I haven't seen my mom in years. She's not in my life, right? My dad, on the other hand, is super supportive of what I do. And I live with him. I have all my life. Well, I did move out, and then I did also live at college, but you know what I mean. I stopped living with my mom when I was very young. Very young. And I'm glad to be with my dad. I love my dad. He's so cool. So that's the people, yes. Aw. That's right, Isaac. I'm glad you got out of that. I am glad you got out. That's right. Go to dad. That's right. Dads are awesome. Yeah. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm sure there are really good moms out there too. But I'm biased. My dad is the best. We love supportive people. Exactly. Exactly. Right here, right now. Great song. No, it's okay. I legitimately don't really mind that much. I don't mind. Like I said, they separated very young. Or when I was very young. When I was very young, so I don't really know much about her, other than every now and then. She's been calling a lot lately because of an event that happened recently. And, you know. Otherwise, normally I don't hear anything from her. So, I thought it was like some sort of... The last time she called, it was for an emergency, and I didn't answer, and then she called my dad, and then he told me, and I was like, oh. So I thought this was like an emergency or something, so I picked up the phone, and she was like... She was hanging out with my uncles and aunts and stuff. And for the record, I am bumming it right now. I am in PJs, like really PJs. And, you know, so I answer the phone, and they're like, aren't you at work? And I'm like, I mean, I am, and you guys are bothering me. And they're like, oh, what do you do? Because they don't know. My mom does, but none of them. And my mom was like, she's a streamer, she does that online stuff. And they were like, oh. Why are you calling me? Please, give me a good reason. Give me a good reason you're calling me right now. That's why I said, if they ever call while I'm at, just tell me not to answer. Tell me not to answer, bro. I could call them back after work. Is it bad that I drew this? And I don't hate it, but I definitely don't love it. I don't love the position. I think what I'm going to do... I tried. Oh. I'm gonna cut off the legs. I'm gonna cut off the legs. Oh wait, you know what? Let me go back because I did not take the sketch layer with that. So the sketch layer, because I still needed that. Help. Okay, I got the sketch layer now. I'm cutting off those legs. Yeah. Could be a focus on your training arc. Super duper short. I don't want to do foreshortening though. I mean, I don't think it's a bad idea to learn, but I don't think I want to learn it in the middle of a paid commission. Yeah, rip the legs. In the middle of a paid commission. I don't think that's fair to my client. Oh, all of this needs to be sized. There we go. Like, honestly, other than this arm, because this arm's also having issues, this looks a lot better now than it did, like... Yeah, this is paid. This is paid. I'm getting paid for this. For the record, it's up to... Because we were talking about pricing. It's up to an hour and a half that I've been working on it. Like, working alone, not going off and talking. Same price, though. Price does not change because they already paid. It's the idea that the longer this takes, the less money that it... You know what I mean? That's why I always value your time when it comes to doing work like this. I'm sorry to hear, Marine Boy, as well. No, I'm glad, Grim, that you, or anyone has good parents that do have good parents, because I would rather you guys have good parents. I have a great dad. Again, my dad's amazing. And that, you know, I'm very grateful for that as well. Heck yeah. The rule of flat rate, yeah.
Welcome in. Thank you for the twink. Hey, would you look at that? Would you look at that? I wonder who that is. Woo. Let me do this. Ooh, how you doing? How you doing? How do I pronounce AP? AP?
Because I know it's a name change. I know who you are, but I just want to make sure that I'm pronouncing it correctly. Also, we had drawn the whole body. We drew the whole body, and I decided to cut off the legs. Because I was like, I tried foreshortening. I really did. But sometimes I gotta cut my loss. And that's okay, too. That's okay.
AP? Okay, okay.
Oop. Hiccups help.
Oh, thank you. I'm glad.
Hold on. I want to fix the hand, but I only want to fix it a bit. I don't want to mess it up or anything. Okay. Because now I'm taking it out of foreshortening. No. Cut the loss and the legs. No. No. Oh, I just realized I'm like far away from you guys. I like to be really close to you guys. Hello. Is this close enough? Hello. Super Mario Bro hands. No, wait, they wear gloves, right? It's like Mickey Mouse. Super Mario. Don't let my legs. Hey, I'm glad, I think I got the face down at least. I am glad for this. Because earlier when we were working on this, the face was kind of, you know what I mean? Also, the thickness is different now, but it's okay.
It's okay.
Hi, friend. No! Bro, I want to play, this is a little unrelated. I want to play a horror game. I would like to play, I have not played a horror game in a while. I think that would be a lot of fun. Horror. It's very afraid. Oh, fair. Horror, exactly. Exactly. But if I were to play a horror game, what horror game would I play? I don't know. I do not know. Horror games, yes, exactly. You've been wanting to play some. Do they have? Oh, wait. There was a game. Oh, okay. I don't know. I don't know if it costs money. It probably do. You guys know how it is out there in this economy. I don't know what it was called, but it was a game, and it was about horror game. It's a co-op, kind of like Phasmophobia, but different. Horror game about house cleaners after a murder. Is that what it's called? No, it's not that one. It's not that one. Crime scene cleaner? I don't think that's what it is. No, that's not it. It's not, it's like a legit horror game. Paranormal cleanup. Yeah, yeah. Wait, is this it? Yes. I want to say yeah. Here, let me just look, because I watched Dashi play it. Yes, there is a game called Paranormal Cleanup, and I just looked it up, and it looks similar, but it also doesn't look right for some reason, and I'm wondering if someone straight up made a whole nother game. Yeah. That's exactly the same. Ghost Janitors, that's what it's called. They really have another, someone made a game. Ghost Janitors is what it was called. This one. I can't believe there's more. No, but like I was looking at the Paranormal Cleanup, and that literally looks like the same game. But this one, Ghost Janitors, here, if you guys want to see the video that I got it from, it's a Dashi video. So you can watch some gameplay. It's like, it's basically Phasmophobia, but you have to clean the house. And you don't have to identify the ghost, no one cares. You just gotta clean the house and get out of there. And it's a co-op, it's a co-op. I thought that was neat. I like cleaning. Oop. Exactly. I'm really surprised that someone else made a game that's exactly like the same, but different, I guess. Interesting. Cleaning and spooky. Exactly. I love cleaning. Yo, they have a Viscera cleanup. I used to play that all the time with my friend Sammy. And ow, they recently, I like slapped myself just now. They recently came out with a game. It's not out yet, actually. It's called Goblin Cleaner? Goblin Clean Up? Yeah, look at it. You play as Goblin Girls. And it's basically Viscera Cleanup, but fantasy style. A bunch of fantasy dungeons, and you get to play as Goblin Girls, and they have magic, and I want to play it, and they have mimics, and I really want to play it, because I love cleaning, and Goblin Girls are really cute. It's so cool, but it's not out yet. It's the early access. They have a demo though. I haven't tried the demo yet. I wanted to try the demo with Sammy. This Saturday? No, next Saturday. This Saturday we're doing the roleplay stream. Next Saturday we were talking about doing a collab together, or in the very least playing games together. Even if we can't like stream or anything. So I'm like super looking forward to that. Power Wash Sim? Oh, Power Wash Sim is so fun. Is Power Wash Sim, do they have like a multiplayer mod for that? Or in general, is it multiplayer? Wait, is Power Wash multiplayer? I would love to play that. What? Viscera, oh, I loved Viscera Cleanup was so good. Who's a Goblin Girls? Let me tell you. Yes, look at the link I put in the chat. Look, they're so cute. The Goblin Girls are so cute. It's multiplayer. I never knew. Here, you know what? I'm gonna put that on my wish list. I already have the Goblin Girls on there. Power Wash. I think I already have Power Wash on my, I do have it on my list. Darn, and the Steam sale just passed. No. That game, I've watched several people play that game. It's just like a laid back, relaxing game, but I didn't know it was multiplayer. That's so cool. Okay, hold on, let me close this before I get so distracted. I suggest farm sim. What the heck is farm? I don't know. I'm not much of a farmer. I'm a cleaner, not a farmer. I can only have so many mundane tasks. I can only have so many mundane hobbies. I can't be a farmer. I must be a cleaner. For the record, I don't know if mundane was the right word, but I think it was. Mundane means it's the same thing over and over, right? Tall goblins. Power Wash Sim is perfect for anyone with OCD. Wait, why do you say that? I thought it's like really hard to get it perfect. I don't know actually though. They have a SpongeBob map for Power Wash Sim? Do they really? What? I'm gonna start laying down colors, but I'm probably gonna have to fix some of the line art, so I just want to start laying colors so I can start seeing it a little better. I don't know about you guys, whenever you draw, but sometimes I have a hard time actually seeing the piece getting finished until like I start putting colors down. The heck was that? Did you guys hear that? You lost track of time playing that game? As Farm Simulator? What do you do? What do you do in Farm Simulator? I don't think I would be interested in Farm Simulator, but I would like to know what you do. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna make the lashes stand out on this piece. Aw. Even if it's difficult, people with OCD will get the job done. And when you do, it feels so freaking good. Okay, okay. Noted, noted. I do not know what it's like to have OCD, but I will note that it feels really good when you get something done. You can raise farm animal? Okay, that's kind of cute though. That's kind of cute, I'll be honest. Did you know that I went to a thing called FarmCon? It's like a farm convention back in 2 years ago, I think now. It's not actually called FarmCon. I forget the actual name, but they had a station where you could sit there and you can watch cows give live birth right in front of your eyes. It's the beauty of life, bro. That's freaking amazing, bro. You get to watch cows give birth. The beauty of life, what the heck? The beauty of life, you can watch cows. I don't know how they plan that. If you know you're gonna have a convention at a certain time, how do you plan that a cow's gonna be giving birth at that convention? You know what I mean? Like, on the very day of, are cows very easy to know when they're gonna give birth? I think you can break the game, which is what I want to know about the sim games, which is what I know about them. Oh, you can break the sim games? How? That sounds scary. Yeah, nah, just scarring, not scary, what the heck? Scarring. Yeah, and for the record, it's a convention that allows kids to be there. So imagine there's kids at this convention and they're just freaking watching a cow give birth. It just splot on the ground. I watched it too, I don't know why. I didn't get to see the full thing. I saw it giving birth while I was walking away. Or we were trying to walk somewhere. But I stopped and I was like, what the heck is happening? And I saw, you know, it was coming out and I'm like, uh-huh. Is this thing just giving live birth? It's like going to a convention and there's just a panel where someone's giving live birth. It's like, what the heck? What the heck? Why? Give those cows some privacy for real. Bro. They have a schedule? They do? I mean, it makes sense, but it's also crazy to think about. Because we try to schedule that with humans, and even we make awful mistakes. It's hard. Wait, is this Start Dash? Love Life. Gen 1? Yes. It's Gen 1 girls. Oh, my alarm's going off. Heck yeah. I'm sure they have plenty of due dates around the time. Ah, fair. They just have a bunch of cows just in case it doesn't line up. Make sure we definitely get this one this time, this year. They also had a butter statue. Don't lick it. They allow people to touch the butter statue. Don't lick it. I think they did anyway. Maybe they didn't. I don't remember now. There's plenty of husbandry? What's husbandry? So I'm sure they have the knowledge of when the birth should happen. Okay, okay. There's something that is something I don't think needs to be displayed public. Exactly. Like, that's like kids asking how babies are born and you freaking show them in the operating room, scarring them for life. Yeah, I understand having the talk and talking about... I'm not saying it's not good to talk about these things with certain kids and stuff, but to, like, just straight up show them... no. 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 You feel? Oh, wait, what? Oh, I was like, wait, why did that one not... Okay, I have like a huge gap in my stuff. My guy. My boy. Huge gap. I don't like that arm. I don't like that arm, but I'm gonna fix it after I lay down colors. Not the best idea, but for me, it works. I'll fix it later. Lazy? No, no. Couldn't be me. I'm Spelly. Very different. Husbandry, as in the farming of livestock / breeding the animals for the intent of using the birthed animal. What? What do they use them for? I don't know. No. Look at those gaps. Yeah, look at the... no, don't look at the gaps. Oh, it's gone. See, the gap's gone. No gap. No gap for you. I also agree, don't get me wrong, kids need that kind of talk eventually, but don't show it to- yeah, don't show them happening, I mean, exactly. Exactly. Let me zoom in. Heck yeah, colors! I'm coloring! We're coloring, and I'm gonna assume they don't have, like, gloves on. All I could say, my trips to the farms don't involve that, yeah. I'll be much more careful to be vigilant and not look at cows giving birth. How could this happen to me? My poo-poo-pee. The reason that people farm animals like food- oh, derp. That makes sense. Minecraft is a nice tame way to introduce the idea. Yeah, they have little hearts and then there's a baby. Yeah, that's how it works in real life, right? No, I know better than that now because of FarmCon 2020 whatever year I went. You know what? Luigi. Chow breeding? Wait! Oh, don't they have the flowers? The little flowers? I love chow breeding. That's so cute! I suck at it though. Every time I see the flowers, it's because I beat up my chow and then they're like disappearing and I'm sad. You want to demonstrate it? Yeah, Minecraft breeding, right? Right. Minecraft will teach you so much stuff. Yeah, redstone. It's real, right? In real life? You know what, Luigi? Exactly. And then they kiss and the egg. Wait, the chow kiss? I didn't know that they kiss. I thought they just surround themselves by flowers and then it was done. They kiss? Just how the kids like Pokemon. Yeah, like Pokemon. You put them in a daycare and then you walk away for a while. Or sometimes for many years because you completely forget about it in the game. Whoop. You tell kids breeding is like in Pokemon. You just get a Ditto. They do kiss? I did not know they kiss. I want to look up a video of chow breeding now. I'm pretty sure redstone is magic. Oh, okay. I didn't know it was magic. Here, I'm gonna look up chow breeding. Why are all my images on my search blurred? Did I look up the wrong thing? Did I spell it wrong? 2 hours? 2 hours and 13 minutes of breeding chow to get a rare chow egg? I'm sorry, what? Why? What? Freaking... Okay. I'm gonna close this tab now. Is it vid? Oh, you found it? Let me know. Or put it in the show me during break. My brain died. Show me during break channel. There we go.
Thank you. I appreciate you. Thank you.
So when a mommy town and daddy town get really close, yeah, they kiss. Come back 6 years later, for real. I don't know, yeah, I want to see a video of them breeding, but not like a 2-hour video. It might take a while. No, it's okay, Grim. Please don't. If you want to explain it. You know, we used to have a Minecraft server in the community, and we used to have a channel for that Minecraft server, but it has been removed since. Because that was like, at some point, people stopped using the server, and I was still paying like less than $10 a month, but whatever it was, I was paying a month for no one to go on the server, and I was like, I think it would be better use of stream funds if we close this, because no one's using it. So we did. A video of what? Chow reading.
Ciao.
Them. I want to look at a video of them breeding. Because everyone was telling me how cool it is. And I was like, I want to see. Chris and Isaac. Thank you, Biso. There's an invisible child. Is that what it is? Hi, Billy. Welcome in. We're working on a skev right now. Here, let me do the glasses. Actually, I think it's this color.
Yeah.
Thank you, Miso. Most community, yeah, exactly, Vasago. Very focused community, yeah. Like, it's fun for like a month, basically. If I get it, it would be for a month, and then, you know. Yeah, we play for a month. Oh, yes, welcome in, Millie. Welcome in, Open. Wait, did I say that right? I'm feeling like I didn't say that right because there's two P's. Hello. And welcome back, Gray. Thank you. It's only 10 seconds long. Here, let me see. I have to open Discord, though. I don't have it open. Oh, wait, they have breakfast cup of noodles? They have maple syrup, pancake, sausage, and egg noodles. Huh? Let me see. This is 30 seconds long. You lied to me.
They kiss. They do kiss. I did not remember. I thought they sit down.
Like I said, I'm so used to killing Chow, and when you kill them, they sit down, and then there's like flowers or whatever, and then they go into an egg. So I'm used to seeing that, and I thought when you breed them, they also sit down, but I guess not. Let's see, but here, let's see. I'm not mean to them. Bro, what happened to that Chow?
Spelly. Spelly.
Look, she's already got the ball. It's... Ew. This is so cursed. Delete. No. Oh my goodness. So what's this picture? No. Bro, remind me, what's how do you spell the word? The Chow? Chow? In like in the Sonic? How do you say that? The nuclear dude? How do you say that? Oppen? Oppen? Did I say that right? The Skeb? Oh, Skeb. Skeb is TLDR, you draw a picture, someone commissions you to draw a picture, and essentially you don't talk to them and they don't talk to you, and then it's done. Yeah. That was a really bad way to... 1B. Skeb. But that's essentially what a Skeb is.
They don't talk to you. You don't talk to them. Yippee.
Oh! Break time.
I heard the little guy. It's just a little guy. I would never. What? No. It was on accident because all my buttons are the same, bro.
Alright, break time.
Ugh.
I think that's the... How do you say his name? Oppenheimer. Did I say that right? The dude with the nuclear stuff. So that you would be pronounced Oppen.
Understandable.
I will try to remember... Hold on, wait. Let me give you a nickname in my OBS. There. I gave you a nickname so I can remember how to pronounce that. To me, that spelling scab looks like it's the sounded E, so skeeb. Skeeb. Yeah, it's a website that is primarily, basically, it allows you internationally to work with Japanese artists without having to worry about the language barrier. But also, when you go to work with someone, you send in all the information from the very start, and then they decide if they want to take your commission, and if they do, then it'll take them however long it takes them to actually make the art, and you have no, like, you get no works in progresses, you don't talk to them, they don't talk to you, and then when it's done, and it gets sent in. Yeah. I said it right, yay. What's the nickname? No, it's Oppen. I put Oppen in my OBS, so I remember how to say it. Oppenheimer. Did I not say it right, or? But yeah. Oh, you know, yes, please let me know how the noodles are, Marine Boy. Those look good. Those look good.
Yeah, thank you for the drink. I'll drink.
I got my water right here. Yippee. You remember how I said I wanted to try to finish 4 things today? I said it right from the beginning. I'm getting trolled. What was I gonna say? Sorry, if anyone did not know, I was really sick yesterday. I'm not really sick today, but I'm still, like, foggy today. What was I saying? Oh, we were gonna finish 4 things today. But granted, I think it was really nice having the talk with everyone. Not the talk, but, like, talking with everyone about commissions and how to price your commissions and everything. My brain. Even if you said it wrong, it doesn't matter. It's not like it's my real name, right? Oh, it was a good talk. I'm glad you guys enjoyed it.
Oh, no, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah, whenever, I definitely think you should pursue and make your sheets. You gotta, unfortunately, but you gotta make a lot of promo. So that means, like, the price sheets and everything. Having a website helps too. If you know anything in regards to just design for website, but you don't know coding, and that's fine, I recommend using Card.
Let me give you my referral link.
Sorry. That was just funny the way I said it. I do have a referral link for Card, though, if anyone was curious about checking it out. This is my referral link. Card. How do you spell referral? Wait, I got it. Referral link.
There you go. And you could try it. You could try it out.
Now, I'm not saying you should pay for it, as in, like, without even trying it. I would recommend trying it for free. It is free, but it's not nearly as good, and there's not a whole lot you can do for free if you don't pay for it, but I would not suggest paying for it right out the gate. I really recommend setting up a website and trying it first. If you want to use it for commissions, you could definitely make it work with the free version. What benefits do you get from us using that? If you do wind up buying it, again, recommend trying it for free first, but if you do recommend buying it where you get the paid subscription, which right now I'm paying like $7 a year to host my website for commissions, so it's not bad at all, but I do get commissions. I do get 30% from a commission rate from anyone that does buy it through that link. Yee. S'mores? They have a s'mores ramen flavor? I would love to try that. Is that weird? Smells like a full course breakfast. That sounds great. Yeah. You've finally been able to make some progress on experiment. To limit the area where ink can. Oh, wait. Alcohol? Huh? Do you use alcohol for your ink? How does that work? Have a good one, Grim. Thank you for being here. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Traditional art. It's a medium. My PC sounds like it's on fire. Oh, here, I'll go back to the animation while we're sitting. See, do you see how close it is to being done? And I'm still like... Wait, why is that one? Oh my gosh, I never turned on the colors for this layer. I completely finished the coloring this layer and it kept blinking. I did not finish coloring those last few layers. But I did finish coloring, like, I'm so close! I'm so close. I don't know, maybe I think I'm gonna work on this for the rest of stream. No, because if I work on this, I should be able to finish it. But that arm, man, we could either work on this and I can probably finish it, or we can work on this and get a chunk out of the way. I don't know what to do. Decision paralysis. You want Mine colored? It's entirely up to you. Entirely up to you, Miso. I really appreciate that you even decided to draw her. It's very, very kind. You're nervous to try it? Let me know how it tastes. Well, they have breakfast ramen. That's a thing, right? Breakfast ramen? I have to super assume that is a real thing. And that doesn't just mean eating ramen for breakfast. I mean legit, a breakfast style of ramen has to be a thing. Seems exhausted. What, the breakfast thing? Welcome in! Hello. Like a ramen with eggs and bacon on it? Yeah, ramen. And it has... Well, ramen normally has eggs in it, right? It's a real thing. I'm still pretty sad that I never actually got to try authentic ramen. The animation, somehow I can feel my back pain. Oh no. Whee! Welcome in, by the way. Oh wait, did I say that? Oh man, I am having such an off day today with my memory. Help. Ramen but has no. No, I would not eat ramen with cereal and milk. Okay. Ramen, but there's a hash brown smack dab in the middle. Actually, I would probably try that though. That's the difference. I'd probably try that. Actually, would I try ramen with milk? Well, no, because I don't like milk. I don't like milk, exactly. No, you can have all the milk, don't cry. Literally all the milk is for you. You could drink it all. Spicy ramen. Hey, if it's worth it now, it'll be worth it on the pooper. Hopefully. Just drink lots of water and it'll come out smoothly, hopefully. Hello, I am not familiar with that, with them, bone marrow, but welcome in. Hash browns. Hey, look, I had cereal, I had Apple Jacks and mango juice, and it was okay. It was definitely something I would not eat again, but at least I tried it and can say I tried it. I don't know why oh gosh, I'm coughing. It's me thinking about the Apple Jacks mix. I don't know why it's important for me to be able to say that, but... Sorry, I was like coughing. Ooh! Oh, that's really cool, bone marrow. Yeah, if you want to link it somewhere, go for it. I'll take a sneaky peeky. From what I saw, it has eggs, bacon, cheese, and scallions. Wait, oh. Breakfast ramen. I put the arm in the back because I was a bit lazy to actually do the rest of the arm, but I'm just gonna bring the arm in the front. This is what happened. Don't be lazy, kids. Also, I removed the foreshortening, but I didn't remove from everywhere. Wait, what? Why is this in a folder? Transform perspective. Nah. I'm just gonna fix it at the bottom. Apple Jacks are a type of cereal. Yeah, yeah. Okay, they got you. Thank you, Bone Marrow. Are they also an animator or just a musician? Singer? They are an animator. Ooh. Ooh. Okay, okay. Yeah, I'll have to check them out sometime. Heck yeah. Does apple cinnamon taste like apple cinnamon? Roughly. I agree with Isaac, roughly. Like, you can get a hint of what they were going for, but... They make videos featuring songs. Do they make videos, like, for people for their songs? Or do they, like, take songs and then they are able to make, like, a video out of... I don't know. Not quite the same. You know what I mean? They're not quite the same thing, but basically I just asked the same question. You know, like that sort of cereal that you like crunchy nuts. Okay, my favorite tasting cereal is the chocolate ones because, yeah. But I know it's not healthy for you. I say Special K is one of my favorites though, even though they have chocolate Special K. Chocolate. Wait, hold on. I can do it. wait. I haven't heard her voice in forever. Crave. Oh yes. How did you know? How did you know? Crave is my favorite, but I know I shouldn't eat too much of it because it's not really the best for you. Why does everything have added sugars in it? So sad. Okay, I'm gonna see if I can mimic her voice. You ready? Crave, I like Crave. It's definitely not for people that don't like sweets, but if you like sweets, you probably like it. Oh, I hit my knee. Do you have a story going on? Oh, that's interesting. Creative. Okay, let's see if I can do it. You ready? Oh, wait, let me grab my water. I don't think I could do this. Okay, here we go.
Chocolate! What? What are they selling? What? I can't hear you. They're selling chocolate. Chocolate. I remember when they first invented chocolate. Sweet, sweet chocolate. I always hated it.
Oh, I love that's so. Oh, SpongeBob was so random. It still kind of is, but I definitely don't watch SpongeBob anymore. Oh man. Goodness, I have no idea. I have no idea. You ate chocolate cereals? No, then they're more for me. More for me. More chocolate. Chocolate. I already forgot how the voice sounds. You like rice? Rice is right. Oh, Rice Krispies. So I read that, but I didn't see the line break on my bot, and all I read was you like rice, and I'm like, rice is pretty good. I agree. No cap. How does this keep getting into a folder? Stop. Oh. Sorry, little focus. Trying to get this shoulder. Shoulder chocolate. I remember where rice good. Yeah, rice is good. That's right. I haven't had Rice Krispies in a long time. I like Rice. Oh gosh, I dropped my pen in my hair somehow. I like Rice Krispie treats are really good. Again, sugary.
Sugary goodness.
But I haven't had Rice Krispies the cereal in quite a while. I like the way they snap, crackle, and pop in my mouth.
Chocolate.
No. I don't know. Don't ask. How come, I don't know if anyone knows the answer to this. Sometimes whenever I'm trying to connect vector lines, they don't connect. Even though I have the connect turned on. Like, they are right on top of each other. Why are they not connecting? Oops. What? No. Yeah, me too. That's my brain right now. Noodles are finished. It wasn't that bad. Added some pepper in it. Wait, pepper? Oh, I guess that makes sense, because people put pepper on, like, omelets and stuff. You like the chocolate vanilla flavor they had for a while? Of Rice Krispies? Wait, they had chocolate vanilla? What? And they don't have it anymore? Yeah, that kind of sucks that I can't... Oh my... It's like magic. I can't, connect the lines. Everything else is connected. Alright, let me see if I can just move it without having to connect it then. Okay. Oh! Why'd they discontinue it? Was it bad? Like bad for people? Taco, welcome in. Welcome in. Hi, Taco. Nom 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 nom. No. We were talking about cereals. Do you happen to have a favorite type of cereal? You would think I wouldn't really have a favorite type of cereal just because I don't like milk. But let me tell you, I don't even really taste the milk in some cereal. It depends on the cereal. I don't even taste some of the milk. Because the cereal be slapping, bro. That's right, I'm young enough to say it slaps. Oh my goodness. I don't think so. Apparently it wasn't selling. Really? That's it. Maybe they just didn't advertise it because I feel like it would sell well, especially in America. You haven't had cereal in forever? Aw, man. I had cereal not too long ago. I had Raisin Bran because I like raisins. No, no. Okay, there we go. But I had to change a lot of this because it's no longer foreshortened. Look, you can still see the legs back when it was foreshortened. So I had to change some of the perspective on some things. It still looks a little odd because it originally was foreshortened, but it's okay. It's not the worst. You have the cereal called SEA? Wait, S-E... Oh yeah, I spelled that right. In SEA. Oh. Called Cocoa Crunch. It's your favorite? Oh, is your favorite? Aw. Yay! Alright, Billy, sounds good. Raisin Bran. Oh, that's the one that I have. The one with the little yogurt pieces in it. Yes, that's the one I have. Well, had. I ate it all. Cereal. You know what else? Did I tell you guys that I got some oatmeal? I got dinosaur egg oatmeal. Dinosaur eggs. I think I'm gonna have to recolor this whole piece, aren't I? No, I don't have to recolor the whole thing, but I'm definitely gonna have to recolor over here, so I'm gonna do that right now. Dinosaur eggs! Yippee! Dino-mobile, yes! The Dino-mobile is real! It's real! Oh my goodness. I kind of want to go back and see what it looked like before I'd made all those edits, because I think it looks a lot better now, but I like to see how it looked before as well. So here's what it looks like now. Here's what it looked like before. Let's see if we can even Control-Z that far. I did save it before I did this. Oh no, that's as far back as I can go. This is as far back as I can go. So let me go forward. Oh yeah, that was far enough, because then you can see all the shoulder changes. I like it better now. That hand is still really big, though, because of... Again, it was foreshortened. Man. There used to be a Pharaoh Tomb one? Pharaoh Tomb cereal? Oatmeal. Oh, oatmeal. I did not know that. All right, we're gonna try to transform this. I'm gonna try perspective again, but if this doesn't work, I'll try mesh. Whee! No. I mean, that's not so bad, right? It's still kind of big. Okay, let me try this. Perfect. Just like that. I'll just mesh. I'll try mesh. It was released with the dino. Wait, really? Oh, the dino one's so good though. So did they have like pharaoh tombs and when you eat them, they had the mummies inside and stuff? Sounds like a pyramid skull. No, please. No. You think so? That sounds really good. Here, I want to look it up now. Pharaoh oatmeal. Yeah, the pyramid scheme. Oh, a lot of these are. Wait, what is this? It's a cookie. No, no cookie. Dog shampoo? Healthy Breeds Pharaoh Hound Apple Oatmeal Dog Shampoo. All natural, tearless, and hypoallergenic cleanser and conditioner. I don't think that's what we're looking for, but... Was it made by the same brand that made the dino eggs? Dino egg oatmeal. You could adopt a dinosaur eggs? Quaker. Maybe it was a cereal. Pharaoh cereal. Wait, let me put tomb in there. Quaker oats. Oh, what is this? I want to show this, but if there's anything I don't understand on here, I apologize. Yeah. Word. What is that? It's cereal! Honestly, it kind of looks like Raisin Bran with bananas and blueberries, but whatever they want to call it. Banana and raisin. No, it looks like blueberries, I think. They got the little hole. Blueberry. That's different. Oh, never mind. Cookie. Yeah, they have cookie. Must eat cookie. Did anyone see that? If you know what I'm talking about when I say that, then you've seen it. Here's the real test. Wait, why am I doing that? I didn't finish the hand. like that a bit better. If I show the colors, you see how it looked before. Wait, it's not completely done, but you know what I mean. Oh, I was using the wrong... Oops, wrong color. It looks like a cereal that the ancient Egyptians actually ate. That's good. That's good that it looked like that. Maybe they did. Impersonated Cookie Monster. Cookie. No. No. It was from a video on YouTube. Wah! I'm interested in finding it. The cereal? Alright, let us know when you do, though. I would like to see. I don't think I've ever actually seen it, but I would like to see it for the first time. For the first time in forever. Would you guys be mad if I sang Disney songs? Cause I kinda wanna sing Disney. I'm apologizing, but I'm gonna do it. No, but Disney will be, let him be mad.
Disney.
Disney is a genre? Since when? Why? Mouse is ruthless.
No.
Disney hits, alright. If, for the first time, well, okay. I like the song, but maybe, would I consider that a Disney hit? I don't know. Yeah.
Okay. I see what's happening here. You're face to face with greatness and it's strange. You don't even know how you feel. It's adorable. Hi, Jenny. See, the humans never change. Open your eyes. Let's begin. Yes, it's really me. It's Belly. Breathe it in. I know it's a lot. The hair, the hat. When you stare.
Wait, that doesn't rhyme. Hey, I say except you're welcome. For the tide, the sun, the sky. Hey, it's okay, you're welcome. I'm just an ordinary demiguy. What has two thumbs that pulls up the sky when you were waddling yay high? This guy. Is there a Disney sing-along about apologies? I don't know, but there definitely is a Has Been Hotel song about saying sorry. Bring you fun. Also, I harness to the breeze. You're welcome to fill your sails and shake your trees. What can I say except you're welcome? Island I pulled from the sea. Don't need to pray, it's okay, you're welcome. I guess that's just my way of being me. You're welcome, you're welcome. Well, come to think of it, kid, honestly, I could go on and on. I could explain every natural phenomenon. The tide, the grass, the ground. Oh, that was Maui just messing around. I killed a deer, I bet its guts. Sprouted a tree, now you got coconuts. What's the lesson? What is the takeaway? Don't mess with Maui, with he's on the breakaway. And the tapestry here on my skin is the map of the victories I win. Look at where Benedict everything happened. Look at the mini-me mappity tappity tap. Ha, 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 ha. Well, anyway. So bad. Someone help me. Someone stop me. Please. Thank you for the drink. Need that boat. I'm sailing away, away. You're welcome. Cause now we can do anything but float. Ow. Stop spelling. Don't stop me now. Oh, I went really ham on this last time. Okay, I'm gonna stop. No more. I will actually keep singing Disney. I don't want to sing Disney. I do, but not out loud. Let me think. Let me think. No, I put that on the wrong layer. Oh no.
Did Pokemon.
I don't know why I made these two different sizes, but this needs to actually be longer. Or I'll just add more. Oopsie doopsies. I want to play Lethal Company as well. Haven't not played Lethal in a while. Need some Lethal. Remember when I used to play Lethal a lot? But like by a lot I meant everyone thought I was addicted for some reason. I wasn't. Clearly I was not addicted. I am not playing it right now.
What's for dinner?
For me? I definitely know what I'm eating for dinner today. And for dinner today, it will be grilled cheese and ham. Because the ham is going to expire if I don't eat grilled cheese and ham, so I gotta eat grilled cheese and ham. But that's okay, because I like grilled cheese and ham. Heck yeah.
Grilled cheesy. You know what I mean? You know what I mean.
H-Ham? No! It does go bad eventually. Like, for real, for real. Although it's not bad yet. It has expired, but it should be fine. Cheese toast, or is it great? What is that? Cheese toast is great. Gowan? What does that mean? What is that word? Five different cheeses right now. You might have to grill some. Yeah, don't let them go bad. Don't let them go bad. Usually when I make grilled cheese, I make it on sourdough bread? Did I say that right? Sourdough bread. Now it sounds weird saying it. Is go on. Go on? But what is go on? Okay, so dogging around and I'm not finding it. Mandela effect? Oh, you mean about the Pharaoh cereal? Maybe. Because I feel like if it, especially if it was like a big brand, it would have been pretty easy to find. I feel anyway. Oh, my eyeball. Best bread is sourdough. Exactly. I so agree. You said sourdough, right? Yes, it's very, yes, sourdough bread. It's so good, isn't it? Welcome back, Kitty Larrys. Ah, it's so good, especially for grilled cheese. When you grill it up, it soaks everything. It's perfect. That's like how Texas toast is really good for French toast. Because it's thick. Break a leg is kind of weird to explain. Wait, Gawan means break a leg? Oh, you mean it's like a word? It's not like cheese. I thought you were saying cheese toast is great. And then like if I were to say cheese toast is a great sandwich, for example. So it's like a word for something that's a word, not like a phrase. I don't know how to. Yeah, okay. Still never heard it though. Interesting. It's like an expression. Yes, exactly, an expression. Makes sense though. Garlic toast is amazing. Garlic bread, garlic toast, garlic anything. Well, I don't know about garlic anything, but garlic, very good. I wish I love grilled cheese. Not grilled cheese. I mean, I love grilled cheese, but I love oh my goodness, and garlic bread. Pasta and garlic bread. I was like, I love grilled cheese and garlic bread. That's a lot of bread, homie. I could feel my carbohydrates. I think. Beep boop, I am human. Garlic, Wario, no! Oh, I really want to play WarioWare. I've not played that in forever. Don't they have like a VR WarioWare? I'm like 20% sure they do. That's pretty sure. The song slaps, the anime does not. Okay. Ever make a grilled cheese with garlic bread? I never have. What is life without carbs? Bro, too many carbs though, too many carbs. Too many carbs. And I could totally eat too many carbs. Wait, what has carbs? Bread has carbs. Pasta has carbs, I think. Other things have carbs. Insert here. Let me think about this. Something like that. Potato. Oh, potato stew? No, not my potatoes. I freaking love potatoes. They're so good. Not my potatoes, bro. Darn. Too many carbs. Too many carbs. Potatoes slap. I told you guys that I heard some kid, I was out at the park the other day and I heard some kid say, what the Sigma, right? And now I'm sitting here contemplating, like, what that even means. You refuse to give up cereal? Cereal? Oh, cereal. No, I mean, hey, carbs are okay to have, just not too much, you know? But knowing me, I will eat in one day freaking, let's see, cereal for breakfast, rice for lunch, and pasta with some potatoes for dinner. Or just bread and pasta, and just insert potatoes somewhere in there because potatoes are good. Come on, that's an easy day. Easy day. No, I could not eat that much. That's too much. I say, meanwhile, I had like half a mac and cheese for lunch. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle, exactly. Yes, good. I'm glad you see the reference. No, it's just my shading. Although the timer's almost done, that makes me a little sad, but I think I'll be able to still finish this. So even if the timer runs out, I'll still try to finish this for the fun. So I can go skip it. Oh wait, stop. I think they did. I don't remember, but I very clearly remember them saying, what the Sigma? And I was like, I like turned my head for a second. I'm like, what? I thought that was a meme, bro. Like, you're saying that unironically? What? Yippee. It wasn't Ferrotomb, it was pirate theme. Oh, it was pirate. Was it still oatmeal? Can you repeat that? Was it still oatmeal or was it something else? I don't really like that. I feel like this looks a bit unnatural now. I'm gonna look up a really quick reference. Still oatmeal. We'll send the. Okay, thank you. I'll probably check it after stream, or I guess I could look really quick right now. Oh wait, this is the wrong channel. Someone else has sent. Oh, the MAP. What's that stand for? Multiplayer animation project.
Another announcement video, but didn't we just have one of those? Haha, you bet.
Oh. Wow, this is an old commercial. I can see why you thought it was Pharaoh, though. There were, like, mummies in that. Aw, man. That looks yummy. Well, kinda. Actually, in that commercial, it kinda looked gross, but I bet it was yummy, because the dinosaur eggs is yummy. Okay, let me look up... I guess it's... We'll see. Let me shade it first and see if I like it or not.
Moni! Hi, Moni. Hello. Hello.
Got the link to the partial scan?
Alright.
Yeah, thank you, Millie. Thank you. Do you want to link it here, or do you want to link it in the Discord? Let me know. Probably here. And then do you want to link it and then I show it on stream, or do you want to link it and just for us to take a look if you click on it, kind of thing? And also, stream is going pretty good. I'm a lot of stuff was done today. Not entirely on stream, but I'm very happy about that. I'm happy to get stuff done. You can show it. It's just an experiment either way. If you want me to share it, then if you go to the channel point redeems, you could do that whenever you're ready. Yee. Yeah, we went on a lot of rants today, so I thought I was going to be done with this and some other stuff earlier. But that's okay, because I still feel like I'm going to be able to finish it. I just didn't get to do any other stuff, which is a-okay.
Show me what you got.
Let's take a sneaky peeky. Alright, let's see what Millie has to share. Is this the button? It's Alistair. This is what happened when I attempted to put the and feather ink on the feathering area limiting medium. Not perfect, but hey, it's a start. Do you mean like the alcohol? That's okay, you got a vet. Oh no.
Feather.
Feather ink, is that like literally the feather pens? And then you like put ink on the end of it and you draw or you do whatever with it? Alcohol inks? I think that's what Millie's talking. I think that's what Millie's talking about. You have to ask Millie though. This is really cool though. I'll zoom in a little bit. There you go. It's a start. It is a start. I don't know what it's supposed to look like, but it's a start. Feather as a verb or feather as an adjective. Oh. The edges of the ink are like whiskered out. Oh. I don't know. Or anything. But thank you so much for sharing with us, Billy. I really appreciate it. Oh, ballpoint pen. Oh, okay, okay. That's interesting. I didn't know that's what happens when you put alcohol in it. Like, what? Random question. What kind of alcohol? I might be thinking the wrong thing. But that is interesting. Thank you again so much for sharing. I really appreciate it, Billy. Thank you, thank you. %75% alcohol, surface cleaner. Oh. Nifty. Ooh. I will wink. Right now. Maestro, are you home yet? Have you ever wrote a secret message with lemon juice? I never have. I never have. I've heard about it. And I think that would be really cool. But I've never done it myself. Does it work? No, not yet? That's okay. That's okay, Maestro. Just asking. Thank you. Lemon. Lemonade. Oh no. Nope. Wish we had a vanish emote. That would be pretty cool. I think some people make stuff like that. You know, that's a pretty cool idea, though, for an emote. Like, it reminds me of that one peace sign guy, where he does a peace sign and then he disappears. Meow. Nanimo, Nanimo. Best part. I have a feeling they never saw that smiley face, sad face. But maybe. Yeah, Sage. Wow, 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 wow. Meow, 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 meow. Isn't it? I love this opening so much, as you can tell. I don't know. I actually don't know if you can tell because I'm making weird sounds, but great song, great song. toughest thing. Oh no. Oh no. Your favorite one was from the final one of the original series. That wasn't. I really liked from the original series. I really liked. How'd it go? It's the one where it's like they're on a scroll. We are fighting dreamers. That one. That's the one I like. The one you like is called Swaying. I don't know that one. I do not know that one. Here, let me see. I doubt. Oh wait, no, this is probably it. All right, I added a song to the queue. I added another song to the queue too. We'll see which one it is. Let me know if it is. Oh my goodness. Is this it? This does not sound like a Naruto opening song. This is not it. This is not it. I'm calling it. Is this it? Oh wait. The one they're all running down the mountain. I don't remember it entirely. It is? Okay, cool. I don't remember them entirely by what happens in the opening, other than the one I really like. Alright. I'm not gonna lie, this looks like it's freaking One Piece style. I still feel like the hand is too big. I think I'm gonna wind up redrawing this one. I'm not really feeling it. Not really feeling it. There's no worries. Such a good song.
Whee! That's a nice song. I did like that one.
And I did know it, but I don't know if I remember the actual opening itself. This is where we call our day. I almost said what Meister normally says, and I was like, wait a minute. We're gonna go say hi to a friend of mine. Well, I don't know why I said that. We're gonna go say hi to someone that I don't think I've personally rated, but it is someone who I've seen around a lot in the art community. So we're gonna go say hi. I think I'm gonna, I feel like I'm gonna wind up completely redrawing this. I think I'm gonna wind up redrawing this entire thing. And that's not necessarily bad, it happens. It happens. We glow up here, we glow up. We don't stay put. We don't stay put. I don't know why I'm continuing it when I feel like we're gonna redraw it. It's not that I completely dislike how it came out, but because this was originally meant to be in a certain perspective and then we switched that perspective, I feel like it's gotta get changed.
No, thank you for being here. Thank you for being here. You guys are very kind. You guys are very kind. I'll be live again tomorrow. Tomorrow is our big lore stream of just chatting. Just chatting about... Oh crap, it's like super thunderstorming outside. I just took off my headphones and it's super thunderstorming outside. Lore video to... Lore... Not video. Crap.